The Buffalo Bills held practice earlier today. We are still waiting on the official injury report, but our own Sal Capaccio did report from practice that the 4 players that did not practice yesterday, Dalton Kincaid, Deion Dawkins, Jordan Phillips, and Matt Prater, were not seen during the media viewing portion for this morning. Do stay tuned, though. Sal's going to join the show later today at 5 p.m. Week 16, though, does get underway tonight, Thursday Night Football. Seattle hosts the Rams. Kickoff is at 8:15 over on Amazon Prime. You can listen to the game, though, over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with coverage beginning at 7:30. Some other notes in the NFL. The Colts have opened up the 21-day practice window for quarterback Anthony Richardson. Richardson has been dealing with an eye injury, and according to head coach Shane Steichen, Richardson does still have some vision limitations, and the Bears are going to be down a pair of wide receivers. Both Luther Burden and Rome Odunze have been ruled out Sunday when they take on Green Bay. Sabres game night tonight. They do host Philadelphia. It's a little bit of a weird night. Puck drop at 7:30. Pregame starting at 6:30. And for television purposes, this is a Hulu ESPN Plus game. So if you do want to listen to Dan Dunleavy and Rob Ray, it's going to be right here on WGR. In net tonight, Alex Lyon is expected to get the start, and defenseman Michael Kessering is expected to be good to go for this evening. 9 other games in the NHL tonight, some notables. Chicago at Montreal, Pittsburgh at Ottawa, and Columbus hosting Minnesota. All 3 of those are at 7. 9 p.m. sees Seattle at Calgary, then 10 to round out your evening. Sharks have the Dallas Stars in town. And this holiday season, we're kicking off the Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSAG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash Market location and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. Want to donate online? You can also give through the Buffalo City Mission Amazon wish list. This is sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash Market. You can get all your details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
They have this Panther sound effect that is just the cheesiest, stupidest sounding thing. Big voice guy going, Panther goal scored by Sam Reinhart. Where'd you get that thing?
I trapped it. Been keeping it at my bathroom at the motel, feeding it old pizza.
It's Mike Schopp.
If you're calm, that wondrous big cat will be calm too. But if you're scared, that beautiful death machine will do what God made it to do. Namely, eat you with a smile on its face.
And the Bulldog. On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Okay, the line today. That's exciting. Coming up at 4:45. So much today. Joe Ostrowski, Nick Bakay.
Hey now.
Sal Capaccio, Paul Hamilton, Sabres and Flyers. Bills favored by 10.5 in Cleveland on the road. I've got the New York Times playoff, what do they call it? Picture page up. There is no game in the NFL over the next 3 weeks that has the Bills, like it not going the Bills' way. It isn't greater than, you know that little shape? The greater than shape? 99%. The Bills are more than 99% to make the playoffs. What is that? What would you call that? A little sideways V?
The greater than. So.
Yeah, but not everybody would know what that means. So greater than 99% to make the playoffs, no matter what happens in any single game between now and the end of the season. 10.5. Is this a Sabres day?
No.
Still no? Not even with that? It's just too late in the football season?
I don't know.
To be a Sabres day?
I mean, maybe. It is.
Give me a scenario where the Bills would miss the playoffs. Like, what is the worst thing?
Lord, yeah.
3 losses, right? Cleveland, Philadelphia, Jets. Now I'm at 91. What, Indianapolis has to win out?
I think in order to get caught.
All right, let's go. Indianapolis wins against Jackson, San Francisco, Jacksonville.
They're 2 back, so they could pass you if they won all 3 and the Bills lost all 3.
Okay. 3 Colts wins, 3 Bills losses. I'm at 14%. Now we're talking. Like that's bad.
Right.
2 Colts wins, 3 Bills losses. Going into the finale, Colts-Texans, the Bills are at 79%. Nobody else is relevant, I think. Miami's out. Kansas City's out. AFC North runner-up is not important. The Bills have already beaten both of them.
Right.
So it's really just like a Colts. This is like the Wade Phillips moment.
Although the Steelers the Steelers have the same record as the Colts. So,
But you've beaten the Steelers.
You have, right? But they could still win 3, and you could lose 2. But they can't win 3 if both. Yeah, no, there's no way both of those teams. Right, both teams can't get there.
That's right. They play each other in Week 18. This is the Wade Phillips moment. 3 weeks to go. What do you think of your chances? What does he say? Well, come on.
We're pretty much out of it.
We're pretty much out of it.
Pretty much out of it.
And it was the Colts.
Yes, that's right.
Who won in, and they maybe beat the Bills along the way in that Monday night game.
It was
fun.
Wade's comment about being pretty much out of it was in advance of that Colts game.
Yeah, and the Colts made it.
They did. Right.
2000.
Okay, sure.
The Bills had one of their all-time greatest offensive days in that last game in Seattle.
Flutie and Molds.
Flutie at Seattle. Like that is, I mean, maybe the franchise record for first downs, points, yards, everything.
Saturday night?
Maybe a Saturday night, because that's when the good teams play.
I feel like I remember being in here I was working pregame in those years, and I remember doing pregame before a night game, I think.
Okay. I want to say 42-23, but I'm not sure. So even like, last week, I went into how the game really wasn't that important.
The New England game.
Yes.
Sure.
And I got some pushback on that. The Bills win it. They're still alive for the division because they won. And now we have this game where they're huge favorites and almost definitely in the playoffs anyway. If they lose this game to Cleveland, I mean, imagine, right? But if New England wins in Baltimore on Sunday night and the Bills lose, then I need what? Both New England losses?
You would need both the division games that they have left.
That's not likely.
Yeah, no, that is not likely. And and Denver. Like if we're thinking about the one still, I mean,
that would be dead.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because Denver is 2 ahead of you now.
All right. Well, I just want to try to find the most interesting thing here.
It could be. I don't know how much. The thing that makes me reluctant to say it's a hockey day is just I don't really trust that the attention is really there. I think it is one of these games.
I like that.
Where I think if you're a longtime Sabres fan that's been sort of burned out and just arm's length and like, okay, autonomy, we'll spend to the cap, we're going to sign Tuck, or we want to sign, whatever. All the stuff Yarmo Kekalainen had to say today. This group of players, I would almost guarantee this. I don't know how significant a portion of the fan base feels this way about tonight's game, but I'll bet it's more than a few are thinking they're just going to let us down tonight. We're all excited. New guy, 3-game win streak. Let's get in the race, right? The GM says he thinks they can make the playoffs, and I think I'm in this group. I want to get there on that, but I can't really sell it to anyone and say it loudly on the radio and with authority. Say get behind him. Tonight's big. It's big. Tonight's big, because I just feel like in a spot where they've got your attention, and I think they've got fans' attention because of what they did, finally relieving us all of the Kevin Adams situation. When they've got you and you start thinking, okay, maybe that's when they lose 4-1 and it's lifeless, and like we hear about we had some good chances or whatever. Like I need to see them get through tonight with a good effort and a win before I'm ready to talk about any night being a hockey night. Honestly, until football's over.
That's a lot. I think you speak for a lot of people right there.
It just is really hard to invest in. No one wants to feel like a chump, and getting excited about them usually is, it's a nonstop train to Chumpville. You're you're just going.
I feel like I'm in a Dr. Pepper ad.
Once you're on it, right? Once you're on it, you can't get off. You just get dumped off, and here you go. Oh, hey, look at all the chumps. Nice to see you, chumps. Want to go get a beer? The chump bar.
Well, really, that's sort of every post-game Sabres get-together for a decade.
Right.
I mean, not all of them. You either lose and you have that, or you win and you realize, oh, it doesn't really matter. They had the 10-game winning streak. That was nice. That was a nice illusion back then. You know, Paul's point about this can be on the table here. How many games in a row what kind of a hot streak they need to get on to get in the race? I'm not somebody who thinks they need to win like literally 10 games in a row to do that. But one of the points in his favor, if you will, in that respect, is when they go 3 games in a row or 3 nights in a row without playing at all, and then you're sort of like grasping for the ladder. You know, you're in the water and you can't reach the ladder to get back on the boat, and you don't have a chance to catch up. And that's been the case since Sunday. They have not played. So tonight would be, their first chance to make up some ground.
I mean, I don't, Paul, I've been working with Paul a long time, and I don't know him to say things for effect. So, but I also think, you don't need to win 10 in a row. What you need is a couple of stretches where you win 4 out of 5. So 8 out of 10, something like that. Like you can, win tonight, lose a game, and then just go win 3 more in a row, and you're probably going to make up some ground. Now you got to do that more than one time, probably, just because of so much traffic in front of you. But I think it can be done without some incredible monumental win streak. But you need a hot streak of some kind. Whether, again, it's 10 in a row wins or 8 out of 10 is more, I think can work too.
Are they on one?
Well, they've won 3 in a row.
Is that a hot streak? I mean, are they on a hot streak?
It could be the start of one.
Because these kinds of things, not every night do you have to be dominant or look like an awesome team, right? These 3 games, you saw more of them than I did, but Vancouver, they got buried in shots and they won by a goal. Seattle was fine. Edmonton before Vancouver was an overtime win where they had a 3-0 lead, gave up a goal like 1 second into the third period and 1 second from the end of the third period, but still won the game. That's all right. I bet if you went back to 06-07 when they started 10-0, there was a famous Flyers game in there, by the way, but not all those games would look like they were just incredible. They would just sort of bang out a couple of wins in there.
Right.
So that's how it should work. Flyers tonight, Islanders Saturday, then to Jersey on Sunday, Ottawa. The division is just really like this.
Right, it keeps shuffling. Detroit got off to a hot start. Then they were down out of a playoff spot, and now they're back in first place. Everything is still
first place.
Really tight. I mean, it's 9 points from last to the top, which it's not nothing. That's growing as we're going. I mean, it was a month ago maybe that gap was 6 points, maybe.
I don't need first.
No, you don't. No,
I need third.
Probably. Yeah.
I need third.
Yeah.
39. I'm at 32. Well, there are a lot of home games coming up. This one Saturday, and then into January. You have 5 in a row there. We'll see what the Sabres can put down tonight against Philadelphia. We have the Bills and the Browns Sunday at 1. We talked about Cleveland a little bit yesterday with Daryl Ryder from The Fan in Cleveland. I don't know. I've always sort of, in the same way that I can be about the Jets, had a little bit of a,
Browns thing?
Browns thing, yes. Are we sure they're that bad? And here comes Daryl on yesterday's show, and he laughs at our questions. Oh, seriously? It's as bad as ever. So is there anything about this game Sunday that worries you? Because we haven't had a game in a while. We had our Bills issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
Getting open, defense, injuries. Dawkins and Brown were both hurt. Is there a thing about, every week there's something to talk about? You had Tampa, Cincinnati's dangerous, Pittsburgh on the road, all of it. Do the Browns raise your eyebrows at all?
No.
That's a little bit scary itself, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, they really don't. I mean, Sanders has shown that he's willing to throw it down the field. So I would imagine that that he's going to take. They're going to take shots, and if you're willing to do that, maybe you can hit one or more than one. I don't know, but the Bills are really good at taking that away generally, and if they don't have reason to really fear the Browns' offense in general and their running game, then I see no reason why you shouldn't be able to take away that deep stuff. And I think if they don't hit 2 50-yard touchdown passes, they're not in this game, the Browns. Like that's how, and all the other.
How do they do that?
Right. All the other usual stuff, a return or whatever. But, yeah, it just sounds like, Daryl's talking here 14 games into the season yesterday with us. This is a Cleveland radio guy. The way I sounded about Miami in week 3. But except we're nearer the end. Like
right.
It's far more likely that you've got guys there. Yeah, they're self-preservation, trying to put good tape out there, but like the cohesion, the team, I just think they're corpses. I don't think there's anything other than the Bills just being otherworldly sloppy that you got to worry about this game.
Okay. I was talking to Matthew Collar today on his Purple Insider podcast. You do. He says hi. And we were talking for a minute about, this happened last year too, I think, how many really bad teams there are. And we weren't talking about Minnesota as one. Minnesota is 6-8. They're kind of like Miami in that they might not have, well, they probably don't have the answer at quarterback, but they're in the middle, which is probably not better, but when Matthew worked here, and let's say, I'm not sure this exactly lines up when he was here, but 10 years ago, during the Eichel thing, like the tanking obsession, sometimes it would be said how, well, football is different. Like football, you wouldn't have it's antithetical to football. You would not have teams lose on purpose. Is that still true? So you've got the Jets, the Browns, Tennessee, Vegas. You've got 6 teams that are 3-11 or worse. Yep. And then last week we had a couple of others that were 3-10 that ended up winning. That's Cincinnati. No, they didn't win last week. New Orleans and Washington won last week. You got all these bad teams. And I wonder what I would have said 10 years ago to this point, that football would never lower itself, if so to speak, to a tanking existence.
Basketball and hockey and even baseball did.
Yeah, like I watched the Giants in that game against New England a couple of weeks ago. It made a big thing about how, like, here's Troy Aikman talking about a couple of their game management decisions. Like, he doesn't realize they're not trying to win. They're down 3 touchdowns and handing the ball off to Devin Singletary on every play. So the Browns, I think one of the first things I would think about in trying to sort of diagnose that is, what is the coach's footing?
Right. If the coach is, like, to me, Aaron Glenn, as an example, and I don't know, like he's such a somewhat famous player. I mean, it's not like he's retired 2 years ago or anything, so it's not like he's just out of the game. But it might be he might subscribe to it being anti-ethical to do it. But he just got there, and if ownership, even, I don't know, the GM, like if somebody would call him, look, you're fine. We just,
first year,
you're going to get you're going to get time. We want to get a quarterback for you. But
wow,
we need your help. Then maybe that coach can go along with it. Whereas a guy like Stefanski, like, I don't know, he might feel like he needs to finish strong to keep his job, and that doesn't help anyone. I mean, it helps him if he keeps his job. That already might be decided. I mean, I have no idea. It just, to me, seems like they should probably start over.
It sounds like he's out to me.
Right. That's what I mean. And if he suspects that, I don't know. Why does he want to cooperate?
Right. He has no investment in a high draft pick.
He'd rather get credit for rallying the troops here when the season was lost and carry that into his next job. Those guys played hard for him in week 16, 17, and 18 when they were eliminated. Some other ownership, some other GM, some other franchise might notice that and appreciate it. So if I'm Stefanski, I'm not down for, let's not put our best foot forward. I don't think it'll matter much, maybe either way, but the coach's longevity or his perceived standing matters a lot, I think, to the idea.
Right. Atlanta is bad, but they don't have their first-round pick. They might make a coaching change anyway, but their first-round pick belongs to the Rams from a trade from last year's draft. So they have no particular incentive. Right. We were talking to Daryl yesterday about the Browns. The Browns have Jacksonville's first-round pick in addition to their own next year, but rudely, Jacksonville went ahead and won, double-digit games. So it's like Vanek and the Islanders a little bit. And the Sabres, they had 2 kicks at it. Where, the Islanders wasn't this right? The Islanders had the choice, back to hockey, full circle. The Islanders had the choice after that first year to keep or surrender their pick. They kept it. Then the next year they went and won their division or something, and Sabres ended up drafting late.
Yeah, they did not get they didn't get that was fun. That was a fun. I still remember a day that I was off around Easter. Maybe it was even a Good Friday. You talking about that idea. Maybe it was even the first time that you had thought of it. And I remember exactly where I was out, getting Easter supplies and just sitting in my truck thinking, man, 2 picks in the top 3 or top 4, whatever. Man, that'd be so hot.
Yeah.
And it never even came close.
Didn't happen.
No.
Who was the Islanders' pick when they kept their pick? At 5. I think it was at 5. This is, I think, the Reinhardt year. Remember? I'll say the name and then look. That's how I do it now.
Well, Ekblad, Reinhardt, Bennett.
Draisaitl.
No, Draisaitl's up there too, right? Did the Sabres pick second that year?
Yeah.
And they took Reinhardt, and then Bennett and Draisaitl went, or Draisaitl Bennett, I think. Draisaitl, I think, was third. 5th.
They're all in the finals these last years, the top 4 players.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Right? Edmonton, Florida. Not number 5.
Okay, not the Islanders guy.
I don't think so.
Is it Barzal?
I think his name was Michael Del Val. No? You don't remember him? Michael?
Yeah. No, that does not ring a bell. Del Val.
Is that wrong? Am I way off there? I'm searching it and getting nothing.
I don't think that works.
That's not the guy?
No, I don't.
Who was the guy? That's wrong. Who was the guy the Islanders picked? That's the 15 draft, right?
No, the 14 draft.
14 draft. Pre-Eichel.
I'm on my way now.
It's got to be some name that looks like that. I'm looking too. Del Cole.
Del Cole, okay. Yeah, that's a name that...
Michael Del Cole.
All right.
Sorry. Colle. Anyway, now we've covered that. That's good.
Yeah, it's good to get
You don't
that.
have to worry about that later, because now we know.
I don't want to have to answer emails about it all afternoon.
Michael Del Cole. Okay.
People still email.
It ended, the first segment of the show ended there. We will talk to Joe Ostrowski next. Today was his and Sam Peniotovich's last day at Bet Sweats. Joe is moving on. Their new podcast together is one that they've both been on before and that Sam has run for a long time called Chicken Dinner. We'll talk to Joe after the break. Nick Bakay today. That'll be great. 4 o'clock. And Sal at 5. Paul Hamilton, the Sabres tonight, home to the Flyers. Michael Del Cole, 5th overall.
You said Del Val. So you had that little small lowercase d thing. You had.
I was almost
there.
right.
You had something there,
but wrong is wrong.
Yeah.
Joe Ostrowski next. Thanks for listening. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
The last 2 years, Mahomes is not even in Josh Allen's league. It ain't close. Josh is bigger and stronger. I'll throw the numbers on the screen. If you go to passer rating in the second half and overtime in the last 2 years, Allen's number 2, Mahomes is 24th. And by the way, Mahomes has better receiving targets. The Bills receivers stink. They play in worse weather, believe it or not, than Kansas City. They have a defensive coach, not Andy Reid. The last 2 years, one guy is significantly bigger, stronger, more productive than the other.
Wow. Way to buy high on that take. Yes, it's possible that somebody has worse weather than Kansas City as well. Colin Coward touting Josh Allen over Patrick Mahomes, which, like, who isn't? Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, thanks for listening. Nick Bakay, Sal Capaccio still to come today. Paul Hamilton and the Sabres tonight home to Philadelphia. Someone I know is paying close attention to possible line movement on tonight's hockey game. With us now on the Wester Hotline, Joe Ostrowski. Joe, I mean, before I say anything else, I just want to say congratulations. You've had a tremendous run, and you're not done by far. I'm really excited for your new venture with Sam. You're there, right? Because sometimes I go into things like this and the person isn't
dead
there.
Air, like, you take it, Bulldog.
Chicken dinner coming up.
I like Joe, too.
Just, good for you, Joe. How do you feel today?
Actually good. A while ago, I was dreading this day, and no, I'm in a great mood. Better than I felt in a long time. I'll just say that. And you guys understand, and you're also exceptions to this rule, that when you're with a company for 24 years in this business, that's an accomplishment. That is abnormal. We've all been told, hey, your career starts once you get fired. I don't know why people tell you that, but we've all heard that a million times. So I guess my career starts now.
You and I probably started here at the same time. I mean, I'm summer of 2002, and Bulldog is longer ago than that.
My internship was summer of 2002 in Chicago, 670 The Score.
July 1st was my first official day here. So
I started on the air in 95.
95. Look at us.
The 95 Bills opener. I was on a nighttime show after that game.
The first Bulldog was not here, as I recall, the first time Joe was on with us, so with me. And the first conversation I remember you and I having was about Stephon Diggs. And you asked me to guess what his receiving yards over-under was for a season. And I got it a little bit close, and you're like, pretty good. And right from that point forward, we were pals, I want to say. So here we go. On to Week 16. The Bills are 10.5-point favorites. That number's moving up a little bit, Joe, maybe?
Yeah. It was sitting 10 most of the week. Now we're at 10.5. So, yeah, it's climbing a little bit. I watched that Bears-Browns game. I mean, it was like wallpaper. It was on TV. It was a tough watch. There were so many other games at the time that were compelling about that one. The Bears' defense is not good, and they just about shut that team out last week. It's hard to back. The only thing I would say, and it doesn't threaten the Bills at all, they're a team that just plays better at home. We know what the strength of that team is. It starts with, and it probably ends with Myles Garrett, and it's the defense overall. But they also play a tick better at home. Obviously, earlier in the year, a long time ago, they played much better. They beat Green Bay. When they had Burrow, they kept it really close against Cincinnati. That ends up being a one-point game. But of all the games they've had in Cleveland this year, only one has been a blowout. So I'm expecting a better effort. In recent weeks, we've seen teams get shut out, some of these bad teams that you guys were talking about, and then they bounce back for a week. I'm not expecting that, but maybe they can cover, keep it a little bit closer than expected. But yeah, it's a rough watch.
They really beat Miami 31-6 in Week 7.
Yeah,
I don't have any recollection of that game at all. But that's a while ago now. Okay.
Oh, surprise! 2 of 3 picks.
Yeah, well,
Right.
that helped to get him benched, I guess. 31-6 Browns. Well, so it's almost to the playoffs here. The Bills are 99%. It's interesting, Joe, how alike the two conferences are for the playoff race. You've got one division on each side that's, mid, I guess. The two teams tied for the NFC South lead are both at 500, Baltimore and Pittsburgh on the AFC side. But you've got some really good records, the Bills included in the wild card spots at this point. It seems maybe intuitively like this should be, maybe this is the time to act on this too. A season where we might be able to, quote, get rich off longer shot playoff teams. If you just have to, bet the right horse, I guess. But nobody on either side seems that definitive.
When I look at it today, and I do think it's going to change, what we probably have, and I feel like we've been talking about this a number of weeks, guys, is we probably know the teams for the most part. There are a few things that are up in the air, like the division winners of those bad divisions. Right? In whether you're talking about the AFC North or the NFC South. So the 4 spot, the worst division winner in each conference. But outside of that, don't we know the teams? And it's just a matter of, okay, like the Bills, maybe they're in a position where they get home field for most of their matchups, maybe outside of one, or some of these other teams. Like I'm watching up close in Chicago. Every week I see it flip. It goes from 2 seed to 7 seed, 2 seed to 7 seed. They keep swapping with the Bears and Packers, and then they're going to play on Saturday night. So I feel like we know the teams for the most part. Maybe Detroit sneaks in, but outside of that, we have the teams. We just don't know where the games are going to be played in the specific matchup.
Yeah, I don't have like last year's or even a bunch of years standings as of week 16 at my fingertips here. But I have the standings open every day we're doing this show in here for 20 years, Joe, during football season. And I can't remember a year where, like right now, if you put the in the hunt graphic for the AFC up, there'd be 2 teams that are out in the hunt. Everybody else is eliminated. And that often is 3, 4, 5 teams. Like whoever the 5th team is, needs a bunch of help and whatever. But like they're alive. And this year on both sides, I think the NFC has 3 teams that aren't in that are alive. The AFC only has 2. And there's not a lot of hunting going on.
And one team on each side is like Carolina and Baltimore that have no wild card aspirations either.
Right. So it's really a weird year that way. And already for a couple of weeks, I have been thinking about just settling in with, give me the 5 seed, and it's not that far-fetched for 6 and 7 to pull upsets that leave me playing at home if it falls right. Like the Chargers winning on the road in the wild card round, the Texans winning on the road in the wild card round. Of course, the Bills would have to win on the road in the wild card round. But if they're the 5 in a scenario like that unfolds, they could be, hosting the Chargers in the AFC Championship game or something.
Probably not going to happen. But yeah, those 3 you said. What about the NFC ones? Right now it's Seattle and Tampa Bay.
So good.
Right now it's Green Bay at Chicago, the game that we're going to see in a couple of days. It'd be San Francisco at Philadelphia. Of course they can win.
Yep.
Any 6 of these road teams could win. And it's also, to your point about you don't remember a year, I don't remember a year where we're sitting here 3 weeks out from the start of the playoffs. I think any of 10 teams could win the Super Bowl. And that's an honest response of how big this pool is.
What do you think of Jacksonville, Joe?
It's hard to figure it out. Now, I do believe in Cohen and everything they've done offensively, where the conversation goes from, well, he's going to move on from Trevor Lawrence at some point soon to, oh, no, he's figured it out with him. They really needed a full reset. The challenge here, though, is I just warn people to be careful. That's why I'm so curious in the kind of result that we get with, obviously, the hottest team in football, Denver, winning 11 in a row, and Jacksonville, who's also red hot. But look at the teams they beat.
I know. Well,
Chargers won. Herbert got hurt. He was injured in that game. The Colts win. Daniel Jones was injured. And then it's the Jets. It's Arizona in overtime. It's Tennessee. This is a real test, finally.
Yeah, they've scored 25 points or more in every game since the bye, which was in week 8, coming off of that loss in London to the Rams when everybody was making fun of Jacksonville, as we end up doing every year. But, yeah, the schedule is big to this. Who do you like tonight?
That's a tough one. Here's what the betting market has done, and I agree with the betting market. It has gone Seattle heavy. Like everything lining up, whether it's the injury report and how that seems to be panning out. Doesn't look like we're going to see Devontae Adams. He's listed as doubtful for this one, leading the league in touchdowns, as you know. It has gone to Seattle as now the favorite. They're -1.5 at just about everywhere. I would lean to that. I keep staring at that total, guys. That it's 42.5.
I know.
And
so low.
Part of the reason it was 21-19 when they played last time. But that was a 5-turnover game. That was the Darnold 4-interception game. Is that going to happen? The other reason it's so low is the elements. It's going to rain. They're saying 100%. Now, how windy is it going to be? There's a good chance where winds kick up at least 15 miles an hour. Now, if it goes higher, then you're really concerned. But, yeah, I mean, two of the most efficient offenses and defenses, identical records, identical against the spread records, probably the two best teams in football. Really looking forward to it. I would lean Seattle and the over, but if we get another low-scoring game, that also wouldn't be all that shocking.
Sam's going to be here tomorrow. You're not coming?
No. Well, so I saw your tweet, and then I asked him about it. He's like, I don't. He's like, even if we leave at 7 a.m., I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it on time.
He's going to have a tougher time getting from here to Chicago than from Boston to here.
Yeah, whether he makes it here in time to do his hit with us is not really that big a deal. But they're spending the night, and we're gonna hang out tomorrow night. So
awesome.
We're gonna get some FaceTime with Sam and Mrs. Sam.
So that kickoff tomorrow or Saturday rather in Chicago is like 8:20 Eastern.
Correct.
That's 9 hours from here. Like I think I've driven to Chicago. I can't do better than 8 ever. That drive, so he's got a challenge in front of him.
Well, he also keeps saying that he's going to be at the Bears tailgate.
The tailgate.
That's what Mike's talking about. Yeah,
he read the menu.
Right.
I don't know.
After hanging out with us on Friday night.
I probably shouldn't doubt him, though. Oh, well, believe me, he can bounce back. Like, he's still in his 20s. I can't do that.
Oh, right.
He read the menu on your show today, like all the different food. He's going to want to get there. I mean, as good as Bulldog's party will be, he's going to want to get there, I think,
He said it starts at noon.
No, Well, he's not going to get there by noon. We're pretty sure of that.
All right.
Joe, thank you for everything. You're welcome here anytime.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate the support as always.
Yeah, anything I or we can do to help you guys out with the new venture. I mean, just like put the bat signal up, man. We're here for you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Happy holidays, Joe. Thank you.
Same to you. I'm here anytime.
Joe Ostrowski with us on the West Her hotline. They wrapped up Bet Sweats this morning on the BetMGM Network Chicken Dinner, which is a podcast Joe was a part of and Sam has held for a long time. That's their new venture, and they will have a new episode tomorrow. Nick Bakay. He's got to have some new ventures, I bet.
He must.
Am I watching some of them without even knowing that Nick's involved?
Good question. Don't know.
He's coming up at 4. We'll ask him what he thinks of the line movement toward the Seahawks tonight, -1 or 1.5. What are you doing with this game? Or should we wait an hour until the official segment?
I think I'm going to be on the Rams. I like that. I like they're just a little plus on the money line, and I don't try. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to not focus on 4 picks the last time Darnold played this team. I think Darnold. The book on him has always been like if you get pressure on him, you can really scare him into mistakes. And I think the Rams might be his kryptonite. So I'm sort of looking at the Rams. I like the Rams. I'm anti-Joe here.
I'll take Seattle, and you know that I'm gullible. I would if I were Sam Darnold, I would be so sick of it with all this kind of this pressure to prove something that I haven't proved. Like, I'm pretty good, right? You've got all these quarterbacks in the league who can't even stand up straight. And here I am putting up numbers again this year on a Minnesota won 14 games last year with him. This Seattle team is 10-4 maybe or better.
They're 11-3.
11-3.
Yeah.
Like, really, do I still have to tell you something that I haven't told you yet? They could have won the game in the first meeting.
Yep.
Just a missed field. I mean, it was a 60-yard kick maybe at the end, but they were like really close to winning that game in LA. So I'll go with Seattle. But that's not official until like an hour from now. We won't want to spoil. We don't want to steal the Lions' thunder.
Let's not do that.
Nick Bakay at 4, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day, I'm right. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go! All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over, it's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster.
Sabres and Flyers tonight, 7:30. First game for Yarmo Kekalainen as the Sabres GM. All right, Mr. Tribute Video Analyst. Not a tribute video, but what do they do for him? Do they show him and put up a congratulations or thank you or good luck? What do they? Anything?
No, I don't think you do
nothing.
Anything. No, maybe they just show him on the thing without like a
up in the
right
little.
He's watching
booth.
the game and they show him and maybe fans notice and start clapping, but I don't think they beg for it. I don't think you do that when you hire a new GM.
We haven't had many of these.
Well,
I don't know.
At least not in season, So
no, right.
I don't know. They've introduced the GM at the beginning of seasons other times.
So what's appropriate? Just what you said.
I think.
Like
I think you. Yeah, you.
Congratulations are not appropriate because he's already been in the organization.
Yeah, I don't think you. I think you just show it, and if the fans are savvy enough to pick up on it and they want to clap, they clap. But I don't think you ask for approval. And I don't think you go looking for anything. You
show them and leave it.
Like that's what I would expect to happen. But I mean, I don't know. I'm also the guy that doesn't want you to play the goal song when you're losing 6-1. So and they do. So that's just how it goes.
They always do.
It's all about the show business. So I don't know, but I don't think you. No, I think it would be a little desperate, even like no. Show them. You want to show them? Show them.
I think you do something.
I think what I'm suggesting is something.
No, it is. It is. But you don't do less than that.
That's right. I agree. I think you should do what I'm suggesting, but I don't want to do more.
You have an opportunity where the fans, certainly not all the fans are like over the moon about this, but nobody's going to be mad about it. Nobody's going to be mad about it. Right. And so you have a chance to connect with your fans in a way that is rare for the Sabres, like in a meaningful way. So some acknowledgement of Kekalainen, I think, is in order. But to shoot off smoke and fireworks is probably not it either.
No.
You don't want to overdo it.
Right. I would, at the risk of having it be missed, I would underdo it.
Can he dance? Maybe there's a song that he dances to where they sort of show him and it's understated. You bring the lights down a little bit and then the song starts to play and he gets up and he starts to move.
Now that I hadn't thought about this. Now that I am thinking about it, the wheels are turning a little bit, and my advice would be to do what I'm suggesting and do it early. Because if they have it in place to do and are waiting and they fall behind 2-0, they'll still do it, and then that would be bad.
It has to be the first stoppage.
Right.
I mean, the first TV break.
Right.
14 minutes.
Right. Yep.
Don't wait any longer.
Right. Hopefully it's scoreless, or maybe you got a goal.
Or you push it and you're up 5-1 in the third and like, okay, now let's milk it.
Right.
Lots of ways to go here.
That's probably safe then. Yeah.
I think first commercial break is the time for whatever it will be. Nick Bakay next. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. Thanks for listening. This is WGR.
Today on the Bills' official injury report, cornerback Cam Lewis, offensive lineman Chase Lunt, and punter Mitch Wisnowski were all new additions. They were all limited. And then some good news. Terrell Bernard and McCole Hardman do go from limited to full participants. It also should be noted that the 4 did not practices from yesterday remain the same. That, of course, does mean Dalton Kincaid and Deion Dawkins. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. We'll get more on practice today and what comes next for the Bills as Sal Capaccio will join the show in about an hour at 5 p.m. Week 16, though, does get underway tonight, Thursday Night Football. Seahawks hosting the LA Rams. Kickoff's at 8:15. That's going to be over on Amazon Prime, but you can listen to the game over on our sister station, the Met 1520, with coverage beginning at 7:30. Some other notes in the NFL. The Colts have opened up the 21-day practice window for quarterback Anthony Richardson. Richardson has been dealing with an eye injury, and according to head coach Shane Steichen, Richardson does still have some vision limitations. And the Bears, they're going to be down a pair of wide receivers. Both Luther Burden and Rome Odunze have been ruled out for Sunday's matchup against Green Bay. To the Sabres, it is game night. They do host Philadelphia. Puck drop is at 7:30. Pregame will get going at 6:30. Paul Hamilton will join the show at 6. For tonight, though, for television purposes, it is a Hulu and ESPN Plus game. So if you do want to hear Dan Dunleavy and Rob Ray, that's going to be right here on WGR. Alex Lyon is expected to get the start in net, and defenseman Michael Kesselring is expected to be good to go for this evening. And this holiday season, we're kicking off the Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash Market location and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. Want to donate online? You can also give through the Buffalo City Mission Amazon wish list. This is sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash Market. You can get all your details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
Hey, put a little. I never get this line out the first time. It's not even good. Hey, put a little bit more in there, cowboy.
And the Bulldog.
What's your degree in?
Kicking ass and taking names.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Well, here I thought after yesterday's photo shoot experience that you and I had come a distance, but then I walk in today with shorts and sandals, and you're like, this guy, what a jerk.
You had a ski cap on too.
Well,
But
your heat leaves through your head, so I had a hat on.
You looked so ridiculous that I didn't even thank you for holding the door for me as I walked in. You were on your way out, and I was on my way in, and you held the door, and I just said, "You look ridiculous."
Well, that
Instead
you're
of
entitled.
instead of thank you,
Whatever. You're entitled. We're in the 50s today. I don't know. Shorts.
yeah.
Felt right.
Our guest has got to hear about this photo shoot. We talked
Nick.
about it yesterday, but Nick,
Nick has got to have tons of photo shoot experience.
What we went through yesterday. I mean, it was fine. It was great. But
Great even.
It was the first time we'd ever been like handled that way. You know what I mean? Like this was a studio with different backdrops, different places, the guys standing on the ladders, right? All kinds of stuff. And at one point he tells us to face one another, and we were nose to nose like boxers at a news conference. It was just the weirdest thing it was really strange. Nick Bakay on the Western Hotline. Hi, buddy. How are you?
I'm great, fellas. Yeah, I've had a few of those, and it's very hard not to be self-conscious. And my favorite one is many years ago when I was the voice of the talking cat on Sabrina the Teenage Witch. They did a photo shoot of me holding one of our live Sabrina cats, and that was my publicity shot for that show. And somewhere in my archives probably used to be nestled close to Bulldog's whammy weenie.
So to speak.
So to speak. Those were the days, Chris. I miss you. There is a proof sheet of me holding this cat. You'll get them too. These proof sheets have, they take about 150 shots of you doing the same thing, and you're supposed to pick one. But what's great is in order to get the cat's focus on the same spot as mine, the trainer had this sort of extended spoon on a stick that it had a beeper attached to it, and on the stick they would put tuna to make sure the cat was fully focused where you wanted it.
That's awesome.
So all these photo shoots with the beep, 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 tuna spoon, look at the tuna spoon. And there are shots in that proof sheet of where the tuna spoon broke the frame of the picture, and you have both the cat and me mesmerized by the premise of a bite of tuna. And those are the best ones.
Tuna spoon on a stick is great.
Right? That should be the name of my fantasy.
I was just going to say that. Too late for this year, but tuna spoons is I'm writing it down for next year.
Is great.
Love that.
Oh, man.
Bulldog was a little bit too close to my whammy weenie yesterday if we're really talking like adults.
Yeah, it was not.
Yeah, really. How short were those shorts?
Back up.
He didn't have
3
shorts on
words, back
yesterday.
up.
He wore pants for the
That's
photo.
yesterday.
Was
Well, it wasn't-
wearing those wham wake me up before you go shorts?
Like, it wasn't 56 yesterday. I mean, I'm a grown up.
So what's cracking, man? Like, what do you what is cooking? I was really, really bummed out. You know, we talked to you before both seasons of the HBO Max venture, the bookie. And
yeah.
I don't know. Should I come out there and talk to somebody? You need a heavy? I mean, you must.
Wish you would.
You probably
I
know
wish you
heavier
would.
than me, but I mean, I just what did they do you dirty there?
Maybe you can make a case. You know, I mean, look, if we've been a sort of overwhelming success, I don't think they have a choice in such matters. So there's that in their defense. But we weren't not successful, and I know that, you know, I feel like the show was extremely successful in terms of the premise and what we did, and we had great actors and all that. I don't think we were ever their favorite, you know, for a variety of reasons. So, you know, I think we needed to be that slam dunk, or else we were not going to be long for this world. But, you know, the fact is, too, it's a strange new world in terms of shows' lifespans, you know. And bottom line, the fact that we got to do 2 seasons of it, I remain incredibly grateful about, because I loved every minute of it. And I think it was maybe, of all the things I've worked on as a writer, I think it's maybe the closest to my voice and my what I would be doing if left to my own devices, which one never is. So it was a privilege.
Yeah.
And I have nothing but gratitude. I really do.
I don't think we ever got a chance to connect after we talked to you before season 2 premiered. And I don't remember which episode it was, but Ray Romano on his daughter's bike, Nick, was friggin' gold. I mean, that was just so good. Like, his character on the show, like, owes, you know, the bookie money, and he rides to try to pay the debt or explain why he can't pay the debt on his daughter's, like, you know, Huffy. And it's just, it's the best.
Is there a basket on the bike in the front of the bike?
There is a basket and a bell. And both
a bell?
Yeah.
Love it.
It was such a good bit, man. Really good.
What's next, Nick? What do you want to do, or what are you doing that's the next thing for you?
Well, I'm working right now. The writers are in, and I am show running, exec producing season 2 of Leanne Morgan's Netflix show, Leanne. And we're actually going to start shooting first week of January. So we've been in trying to fill the shelf with a few scripts to be ready. So that's where I'm at, full focus.
Did you have any interest in jumping onto that Bills Hallmark thing? Bulldog applied for a part. I don't know if you.
Oh, nice. You know what? I have to admit, I was. You know, I think my people got contacted at one point about that, but nothing came of it. So I have no idea. And I have to confess, I haven't watched it. But how did they? I'm, you know, Yeah, Hallmark is really not my domain.
No, or mine.
No, nor mine.
But then again, I never thought I'd be a talking cat, boys.
Right.
Life is full of curveballs.
Right. Yeah.
Furballs or curveballs?
They asked one of the producers or an assistant, whatever, like reached out and said, like, here's what we have in mind, and I thought, okay, I'll send something in, and then I also did they didn't ask for it, but I did like a riff in case they wanted to squeeze in a character getting in their car and the radio's on, because they were looking for someone to be like a stadium announcer, and that's not my domain at all. So I just sort of did this thing where I'm talking about the Bills and the Chiefs at Christmas or something. It was like, whatever. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I just sent it in, and I didn't get called. So anyway,
that's the outcome of, I would say, 99.9% of the auditions I've done my entire career. Silence.
Can maybe we take a minute on that? We just talked to Joe Ostrowski earlier, our friend from Bet Sweats, which wrapped today, and he's going on to his own venture after this. And there might be people listening to you, Nick, and have heard you on with us many times that, it's much safer to just not try and put your proverbial hat in the ring on things. But I don't know, what would you say? Like you probably in your business have to be prepared to get turned down a lot, or else what chance do you have? Is that not true?
No, that's absolutely true. I think, honestly, it's why I'm a writer primarily, is because I couldn't, I've had a nice career doing, on camera and voices and things like that. I've done a lot of stuff, but as your life progresses, it's one thing when you're in your 20s, and you should take a shot at everything. Your 20s should be all about rolling the dice. At least your 20s. Mine went well beyond that. But it's weird. The market tells you who you are. It's the same thing as, when you're here in LA auditioning right and left. At a certain point, you realize I see the same 5 guys waiting to read for everything I go in on. And then you realize, oh, that's my mirror. It's not always thrilling. But,
right.
The market slowly but surely told me, if you want to be an adult and make a living and have any kind of life, it's going to be writing, kid. Just acting was never sustainable enough to be on par with my ambitions for my life. So that's that. I always say, go for it. You're going to have surprises along the way. You may end up in a career that is either parallel to what you were targeting or removed, but in the same neighborhood. And you should always listen to what the world is encouraging. Flexibility, underrated in terms of tenacity.
Hollywood's Nick. We're going with Hollywood's Nick Bakay on the Western Hotline. Buffalo native.
Buffalo's Nick Bakay.
Buffalo's Nick Bakay. Huge Bills and Sabres fan. So let's segue into how you're enjoying the ride this season with the Bills, because it has been here. I've stopped saying it because we're almost to January, but like in early November, I thought we're not going to make it to January. The fan base, we're going to start eating each other.
Yeah, I just think I probably model what any diehard Bills fan went through this year. It's so unbelievably exciting right now. It's always exciting. As I've often said in conversations we've had, I'll trade an ultimately fall short season with Josh Allen and this era of Bills football over, and I remember Dick Duran, so I'm grateful because it's so exciting. And I have really tried to train myself to just embrace the magic and not be all about results, but to be about the moment, which is never a dull moment with the Bills in this era. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, we are lucky enough to have the best player in the game right now, I believe.
Think about even just the last 2 weeks. Cincinnati's up. They're down 10 points in the fourth quarter of both games.
No, they weren't down 10 in the fourth quarter of this game against New England.
But they were down 21-0.
Yep,
earlier than that.
Right,
so
right.
Yeah, and those felt like the kind of games that we lose, and there is no surprise at the end. Both these wins were unbelievable. All of a sudden, I will say, we get so wrapped up in it emotionally that we don't necessarily remember patterns of how this organization rolls. But the Bills do tend to build momentum down the stretch and turn into a better team than you were looking at in October. And that is exactly what's happening. And, and interesting things like Kansas City not qualifying. Oh my God. Yeah. Listen, it's there. It's there. We're not perfect, but who is right now?
Yes. And in addition to that, I would say this is one thing that I don't know, I've thought of and also said to maybe make it feel better. The example of the Manning Colts that had, even almost undefeated seasons, but then would lose in the playoffs to one team, usually New England. And then one year they just didn't. That wasn't their best team, but they won it. So that premise, in addition to how even the AFC playoff field really does look, can make you optimistic, can make you feel good.
Absolutely. Certain teams have a profile that's worrisome, but it's always been the case. I used to always feel that way about the Ravens, and we've always done well with them in the playoffs. I always thought, there's our kryptonite, and it isn't the case. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Josh is a better playoff quarterback than Lamar is. But either way, listen, the hope meter is robust right now for all these reasons.
What's football like, or being a football fan like in LA right now? You've got two teams. I don't know if it's a cliche, but what you hear every time somebody's going out there is they'll have the crowd. Philadelphia went out there a couple of weeks ago to play the Chargers, and the Bills have been out there. Is that overstated? Is it really right? Maybe it's understated. I don't know. Like, you're there.
I think it's much more the case for Charger games because the Chargers relocated here, and there is no historical support. On the other hand, I've been to a number of Rams games in the last couple of years, and it is by our standards as Buffalo sports fans. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. It's just like when the Sabres play the friggin' Leafs, and it's just an invasion. It's 50% whoever is on the road in LA, at least 50%. But the Rams fans are passionate fans-ish. Football's just not the same animal here in terms of the frenzy and the passion and the local identity. It'll never be. I don't think this place is not a home field advantage stadium. It just isn't. I don't think it's as bad as Vegas, but it's not good.
It's too nice.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know, football's not in the blood here. It just isn't. That doesn't mean there aren't hardcore fans, and there's a lot of football played here, but it's just not everything's dissipated. This is a city of so many relocated people. And that's part of it, too.
Nick, do you think about the stadium closing here? Either whether that's, your last time here or your first time going to a game here. Like, this is it. It's just a little bit of a distraction in a sense with how this season is going to play out. Now it looks like they probably won't get home playoff games. We don't know that for sure. Mm-hmm. I would say before the season when we talked about this, it was almost assumed that they would.
At least one, yeah. Wow, that's really interesting. I hadn't thought about it in the playoff context. To go out in a playoff game would only be appropriate. But, listen, that stadium's old like I am, and I was there a million times. I was at Rockpile games, too.
Oh, wow.
And I love going to that stadium. I have too many great memories of it. And I obviously, having experienced SoFi, I know what these futuristic spaceship football stadiums are like, and I will tell you that it is not what we think of as, a Buffalo football game, but it's magnificent. It's going to be beautiful.
How would you characterize your Sabres fandom at this time? It's been a big week here. New GM, Kevin Adams is out. Kekalainen is in. Are you on fumes with them, or are you like waiting for 7:30 Eastern tonight?
I always watch, unless I can't because of work or schedule. But I have been on fumes forever, like all Sabres fans. Doesn't stop me from following. Tonight is fascinating. I can't stop thinking about that Montreal game where the owner was there and gave a talk. I mean, listen, the night that the people who signed my checks are hanging around the set, I am on my game. I mean, that was the biggest. I mean, that if that isn't a sign that this team is irreparably passionless. If your paycheck is sitting there saying, hey, guys, give it a shot, I'm behind you, and then you go out and crap the bed to that extent, it makes tonight, for me, tonight is Montreal 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Right.
They can shake everything up, and they can do all this radical stuff, and everybody, oh, poor Kevin Adams, he signs me to an over-rich contract, But these guys doesn't manifest in any way with these asses. So, and I don't think I'm the only Sabre fan who feels that way. And I'm really like, look, are you guys going to step up tonight? And I won't buy it until I see it.
That's fair. They also just lost to this team, which is not a really good team, a couple of weeks ago, kind of badly. So it'd be nice if they looked like they were bothered by that
they
or
did.
remember
and
that.
that was one of those. That was another 2-game win buster, right? Yeah. I mean, look, I want to be wrong. I really do. But I suspect that tonight will be the perfect tee up for our new GM to do some radical things. If he can persuade anyone to take on our underperforming, overpaid excess.
You put it like that, I'm not sure I want him to win. We'll see. See what happens.
It's a Pyrrhic victory,
Yep.
You finally get a streak going, and it encourages more of this nonsense.
All right, so where on the horizon is this Netflix joint you were talking about a few minutes ago?
Leanne.
Yeah.
Leanne, the season 1 is there, as everything in Netflix is in perpetuity throughout the universe. So you can check season 1 out, and season 2, we haven't started shooting yet, so it's down the road. I'm not even sure we have an official launch date for that. But you can also see Leanne's stand-up specials, which are what made her a star. She's outstanding, and it's been a joy.
These are not Wham shorts. These are just perfectly normal, fashionable, golfable shorts. Which I'm sure, I'm not sure, but maybe you're wearing shorts being in L.A. I'm not going to put myself down any further. Nick Bakay with us.
Men over a certain age should ever be in shorts, so no, you'll never catch me.
Bulldog hates it. He thinks I'm a jerk.
I'm a Bulldog. He's right. Enough.
Wow. Enough with the shorts. All right. I respect you. Thank you, Nick. It's always a pleasure. Happy holidays.
Yeah, you too, guys. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Nick Bakay with us on the West Shore Hotline. The Sabres host the Flyers tonight at 7:30. Paul, extended pregame, we're calling it. Paul Hamilton joined us at 6.
It's been a big week.
Yeah, and also so long since they've played.
That's right. So we need 90 minutes
when
to get you ready
play
for tonight's Sabres game.
2 nights in a row, we might not even have interviews. But 4 days, or 3 days between games, Sunday to Thursday.
All this news, we got all this reaction to this news. So we got a lot for you coming up.
We got the 3 stars for you tonight. Tuck, Darlene Thompson interviews, and of course Lindy Ruff. That's a couple of hours away. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here at 803-0550. This is WGR.
Some changes to the Bills' official injury report from yesterday. Cornerback Cam Lewis, offensive tackle Chase Lunn, and punter Mitch Wishnowsky were all new additions. They were all limited, while Terrell Bernard and McCole Hardman go from limited to full participants. Though the bad news for today's report, Dalton Kincaid and Deion Dawkins both missed practice again, now for a second straight day. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Stay tuned. We'll get more on the Bills. Sal Capaccio is going to join the show in just about a half hour at 5 p.m. Week 16 gets underway tonight, Thursday Night Football. The Seahawks host the Rams. Kickoff's at 8:15 over on Amazon Prime. You can also listen to that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with coverage beginning at 7:30. Sabres are in action tonight. They host Philadelphia. Puck drop at 7:30. Pregame is starting at 6:30. Paul Hamilton will be along at 6. For television purposes tonight, it is a Hulu ESPN Plus game. So if you do want to hear Dan Dunleavy and Rob Ray, it is going to be right here on WGR. And then some notes for tonight's matchup. Alex Line expected to get the start in net, and defenseman Michael Kessering is expected to be good to go for this evening. And then 9 games in the NHL tonight. Some of the notables: Chicago at Montreal, Pittsburgh at Ottawa, and Columbus hosting Minnesota. All 3 of those are at 7. 9 p.m. sees Seattle at Calgary. Then at 10 to wrap up your evening, the Sharks host the Dallas Stars. That's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
We're going to evaluate everything moving forward, whether it's the scouting staff, management, coaches. Everybody is under evaluation at this point, but there are a lot of good people here that are great at their jobs.
Oh, sorry. That's Yarmo Kekalainen. Will there be a do something Yarmo sign in the building tonight? I was just drifting off for a second there, trying to think of where I would draft Darius Slay in a cup of coffee draft. Is that a first round pick? Remember Darius Slay? Remember the former Bill, Darius Slay? Or current Bill? Or no? What is he?
He's on a list.
He's nobody else's.
Non-football injury, whatever. He's their they have his rights.
Nobody else can have him
unless they decide to let him free of that.
There's got to be some way. I know when this happened, I brought up just trade him to the Eagles for a 7th or something, and I was correctly told that you can't do that because the deadline has passed. There's got to be some way to do that, though.
I'm sort of feeling like he must not have wanted to continue playing because I feel like we would have heard something. Like, right, like his agent, the PA, like, come on, Bills. Not that they would have to cave to that, but I think we'd have heard about it.
Maybe he changes his mind.
What do you mean?
Decides to play, just shows up.
Yeah.
He could do that, right?
I think so.
If he called the Bills and said, I've changed my mind, I'm ready.
I'd like to come help you for the playoffs.
Here I am.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Do we have to care? But nobody was thinking about Darius Slay.
I would care if it happened, but I'm not expecting it, I guess.
I wouldn't say I'm expecting it, but it'd be kind of cool.
Raising it as a possibility, yeah. Yeah.
What is the state of their defense for you right now? Like they're getting by. They gave up, 31 to New England, 34 to Cincinnati last 2 games. They've had a couple of takeaways in that span, like 3, actually 2 against the Bengals, 1 against the Patriots. Are you optimistic? Are you just sort of, I'm more resigned to the reality that it's just like okay at best. And if I get takeaways, I might survive. If I don't, I won't.
I wouldn't say, it'd be, I think, silly to say it doesn't concern me at all. Because there could be a game here coming up that you don't get to play next week after if it goes badly. Where if you can't stop a running back like they couldn't in the first half of this game against New England, you could be in real trouble. It's been a weird year for it. Like, they've gotten away with it in games they've won where they've had their worst days. The games they've lost, the defense, as bad as it was for parts of the games, I don't even... I mean, I feel very strongly that the defense did not cost them the Atlanta game or the Houston game or the Miami game. Like, those are losses, or even the New England game. Those are losses that I kind of put at the feet of the offense. I lost to Atlanta by 10. I scored 14 points. You know, like, I just couldn't block. And same thing with Houston. So
Atlanta is their most yards allowed of any game this year.
But it was almost all, like, it was like 200 and there was a pile of yards in the first half. The second half, they give up a field goal. Same with Houston. It wasn't as many yards as the Atlanta game. Like, the Atlanta game, the first half of the Atlanta game was maybe as bad as they've looked at all year
Ever.
on defense. And that game, to me, was still entirely winnable. If the offense was at all functional, they just could not get out of their own way. I mean, I don't expect, all that said, like, I don't expect them to score 30 every week, like, on the nose, right? That's not realistic. You know, they're averaging 29.5 this year, so they're close to whatever that threshold was last year.
Yep.
So I don't want to necessarily be like, I always want more from the offense, but the defense has not cost them in losses this year. To me, it was the offense that was just couldn't function. Passing game was just awful in some of these games, and so I that allows me, I think, to not be as worried about it as maybe the stats tell me I should be. I feel like when they've needed it, they needed to buckle down in those games to give themselves a chance, and they did. And what got me beat is I couldn't complete a few more passes and win the Houston game when I'm down there late, or even just get back in the Atlanta game. The Miami game shut out for 3 quarters against the Miami Dolphins. Like, what the is that? You know, that's 16-0, and then it got sideways late with the 2 big runs. But that's a game I still would look at the offense before I would look at the defense. So I don't know. I'm not trying to slant it one way. I think objectively, their defense has not cost them the 1 seed. I feel like the offense has been the bigger problem in those games. They could have won any one of those games if their offense was, functioning those days.
It's a really interesting take, and you've been very consistent on that, going back into, previous seasons. It's interesting to me in a few different ways. One is that it seems a little bit like something I should want to say as well, but I really don't. Like, it's sort of the point that these are like basketball games now. Go back 5 years where everybody's unstoppable, and I want to have the ball at the end. That's
right.
It. And the league has changed since then. So look at the AFC field in the playoffs. I mean, you've got defense-first teams that not only are in the mix there, but are kind of like almost intimidating. Denver and Houston and these teams that everybody's hot for. And nobody likes their offense, so it's different in that way. But I do sort of want to kind of have that be my take too. What is it to say that their offense is the problem? Because it's not Allen. You're not going to say that.
No.
But you're probably going to talk about the roster. You're going to talk about who they are at receiver or Joe Brady. Probably not their line. Definitely not Cook. Not Allen. It's got to be a wide receiver, I think.
Yeah.
You're the one saying it.
Mostly it is. The line has had their problems. I mean, the scheme, like, I'm not one who gets hung up play to play. Like, everybody's screaming about the tunnel screens and these different things, and like ignoring the fact that a lot of those are off of RPOs where Allen is making a choice. You want him to not have the choice because you hate the play so much. I don't know. Like, I you know me. I mean, for years, I'm like, I don't want to settle for the default of the coordinator. I do think the line has hurt them. I mean, the Atlanta game, whether it was this schematically, something Brady could have done, or Cromer ahead of time, or even in game to adjust, it hurt them in both the Atlanta and Houston losses badly. the line. I mean, I went into the Houston game kind of bragging about it. I've got an antidote for the edge guys. Go ahead, come at me with your fancy guy. I got two guys that are real good, and I'm gonna handle you.
Well, they
and
both got hurt.
They both got hurt, and they got their doors blown off. So the line has been a problem at times, I would say, those two games specifically. But mostly it's, do I have enough juice? Do I have enough talent to help Allen? Like the whole year, it's just, some of it is so backwards. Like on one hand, you will have, I think, I try not to take in too much of it, but it's hard to avoid. Like the national take on the Bills right now is, if not now, when? Right? No Chiefs. Lamar is questionable to make it, and what kind of form are they going to be in if they get there? Like, so the path is cleared, so Josh Allen, you got to go do it. Like, no excuses. But I think a lot of the same people saying that will tell you that their roster is not great. So, like, which is it? Is he going to wear a scarlet letter if he doesn't make it past the AFC title game this year because Mahomes and Lamar weren't in?
That's all possible.
Right?
I think.
But at the same time, you're telling me that they've got one of the worst receiving cores, maybe the worst receiving core of any contending team in the league. And so, like, what is supposed to be, what's right here?
That position is, whether consciously or subconsciously, setting the Bills up for disaster. Like, it's a trap, to your point. I mean, because you're right. Like, all of that is where it's already been true for the last 4 or 5 years. Like this exact thing. It's just there's no Mahomes this time, at least. But, there are other guys, and there are road games. So it'll just be a different, if it ends up the same, it'll just be a different explanation.
I appreciate the point about the league. It has changed, and at least so far this year, the teams with I don't think New England is a defense first team necessarily. I mean, Drake May's been an MVP candidate, so I don't think I want to include them. But Denver is certainly that. Jacksonville has some of that too. I mean, they've got an offensive head coach, but their defense has had a strong year, and Houston certainly is that. Let's see one of these teams get it to the garage. Because I still do feel, and this is the crux of my position on the Bills' playoff losses the last 2 seasons. It's been almost any time we're talking, and I would say the same right now, I'm going to take it. I'm going to sign for it right now. I've got the ball at your 35, and a field goal ties the game, a touchdown wins it. It's the 2-minute warning. Those are the last 2 years.
At your 35.
No, I think they were in field goal range against KC 2 years ago. They were around midfield against the Chiefs last year.
Okay.
Right? So I'm in good shape. I'm signing for that any day.
They just missed the kick.
Right. But I'm taking that, like right now, that outcome in any playoff game. I've got the ball with a chance to go win. Yeah, I'll do that.
I think anybody would. My problem with this overall assessment is that they give up 400 yards in every one of these, almost 400 yards in every one of these playoff losses. So all of that is fine. Like I'll take that too. Give me the ball 2 minutes down. What 3?
I guess I want to tell you to not be worried about the yards. The yards don't count. The points count.
Well, how many points is it? Last year it was 32. The year before that it was not as many, but it was 9 yards a play. Right? They just wasn't 27, whatever it was. Like, yeah, you can use points as the same. Bengals, the 13 seconds, like they're in the 30s. Like they can't run the table in the playoffs, giving up 30 points a game. And I'm not saying you're saying that.
I think that's I agree.
It's just too much pressure. Like if they have the ball down 30-27 in each one of these AFC playoff games and have 2 minutes to go, like I just don't think you win them all. I think you have to do better than that defensively.
Well, the thing about these playoff games the last 2 years is that they didn't have to win them all that way. I mean, as it turned out, the Baltimore game, they hung on. I mean, a guy dropped the pass, but they got there. right? I mean, they didn't need to score at the end, and that certainly wasn't the case in a wild card game that they won by 23 points. So it really has been one game each year where they've needed that.
Well, they were lucky to beat Baltimore. Would you not say that? I mean, they were +3 in takeaways. They got outgained badly by the Ravens, and then you have the Andrews drop. Like they were that kind of. If it's not in the playoffs, it's easier to say it maybe, but they were lucky that night to be +3.
All right. I don't care if they were lucky or not. They did not need their offense to go down and win the game at the end, like I'm saying here. And so the next week they did, and they didn't come through. And the previous year, that happened one time, and they also didn't come through. So, that's just where I've been living, and it's not necessarily meant to like be really harsh on Josh Allen himself. Like I know, like I guess I probably am guilty of wanting everything. Like I want to be able to make this criticism, but also not ask him for more. That's the point of the roster, and it's the point of the skill positions. It's the point of not having a better guy than Amari Cooper to put the ball in his hands last year and the year before that. Whatever it is, like I need a guy. I need a guy that I can count on to help Allen make that play. And
Mecole Hardman.
That's still where I'm residing, and I don't think I have a ton of company.
I saw an Amari Cooper Bills jersey yesterday walking around.
Really, you did?
Yeah, maybe the first one I've seen, unless I saw one at the stadium late last year.
You could quickly turn that into a Cooks.
Do I want to?
I don't know.
Who's Cooks? Like, do I know that I want to do that? Who will end up with more receptions for the Bills, Cooper or Cooks? Cooks has a chance.
I guess he has a chance.
Maybe if you're going to get what you want from the Bills offense, you might need Brandon Cooks to deliver. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. We'll talk to Sal at 5. This is WGR. Time now for The Line, presented by FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Seattle in a big one tonight against the Rams. What a weekend for these with, I know, but still, Tampa Bay and Carolina in the NFC South. You have that. A couple of other big showdown games. The Seahawks at home are favored by 1.5 against the Rams. The Rams won the first meeting. It was really close just a couple of weeks ago. Seattle will be wearing, this is not exactly what the line is meant for, but new uniforms.
I saw the helmets look pretty hot.
Blue and then a silver or gray uniform. And I'm going with Seattle, and you're on LA, right?
I'm going to take the Rams. Yeah, I like the Rams outright. I think I'll put a parlay together. I haven't done it yet, but certainly with them on the money line, I think. I don't do a lot with totals, but this one is low. I guess, Joe Ostrowski last hour was telling us about the weather. It's supposed to rain maybe throughout. So that, I guess, certainly plays into the total. So I'm not sure if I want to go over there. If I were going to do something with the total, it would be over. But I think the weather might keep me away from it.
Touchdown scorer for me, based on the price and just sort of the player, would be Blake Corum at plus 280 anytime touchdown. Not like a great price, but he and Kyron Williams have been sharing carries, and Corum has looked good. So I would want to do that. Or your buddy Shaheed, I guess. I wouldn't do that. But you could use that.
I could use that for fantasy purposes. I don't know that I'm going to double down on it and bet him on here. I love that both of these quarterbacks are such long shots just get in the end zone. And it's so wild. I've seen Matthew Stafford at plus 3,000 to score a touchdown. Darnold is plus 1,300. I mean, it's just such a different world from living with Josh Allen. And you go into a game with Josh Allen, and he's like barely plus money to score a touchdown.
I would much sooner take Darnold than Stafford. Well, I guess the odds reflect that. But what I need is like a goal to go from the 5 and a pass play, and it breaks down, and then which of these quarterbacks could run that in? I mean, Darnold over Stafford.
Yeah, neither guy is the guy that the pass rush or the defense in general would be worried about that. So that's where a bust, could come in. I mentioned earlier, like it's second or third and goal at the 3-yard line, and you drop back to pass, and maybe the line doesn't have gap integrity, and it opens up because the linebackers aren't. I got to worry about Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen getting out of there. It's Sam Darnold and Matthew Stafford.
Love gap integrity. Sal Capaccio next. This is WGR. Mike Schopp for Paul Davis Restoration. When a
Some changes from yesterday on the Bills' official injury report. Cornerback Cam Lewis, offensive lineman Chase Lunt, and punter Mitch Wishnowsky were all new additions. They were all limited. Terrell Bernard and McCole Hardman go from limited to full participants. Then some bad news. Dalton Kincaid and Deion Dawkins both miss practice for a second straight day. Kincaid with a knee, Dawkins dealing with an illness. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. We'll get more on the Bills coming up next. Sal Capaccio is going to join the show. Week 16, though, gets underway tonight, Thursday Night Football. Seahawks hosting the Rams. Kickoff's at 8:15 over on Amazon Prime. You can also listen to that game on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Coverage over there is going to start at 7:30. Then some notes around the rest of the league. The Colts have opened up the 21-day practice window for quarterback Anthony Richardson. Richardson has been dealing with an eye injury, and according to head coach Shane Steichen, Richardson does still have some vision limitations. While for the Bears, they are going to be down a pair of wide receivers. Both Luther Burden and Roma Dunze have been ruled out for their Sunday matchup against Green Bay. To the Sabres, it is a Hulu and ESPN Plus game tonight. If you do want to hear Dan Dunleavy and Rob Ray, it's going to be right here on WGR. They are hosting Philadelphia. Puck drop at 7:30. Pregame starting at 6:30. Paul Hamilton will be along at 6. And tonight, Alex Lyon expected to get the start in net. And defenseman Michael Kesselring is expected to be good to go this evening. And then 9 other games in the NHL. Some notables: Chicago at Montreal, Pittsburgh at Ottawa, and Columbus there hosting Minnesota. All 3 of those get going at 7. 9 p.m. see Seattle at Calgary. Then at 10, the Sharks host the Dallas Stars. This holiday season, we're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSAG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash Market location and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. Want to donate online? You can also give through Buffalo City Mission Amazon wish list. This is sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash Market. You can get all your details at WGR550.com. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Oh, here I thought I was all prepared. I wanted to throw the topic of the 2026 schedule out at Sal, because I know he loves his schedule stuff. Again, maybe not something he's thinking that seriously about, with 3 weeks to go in this season and the playoffs after that. But if the Bills don't finish in first, sort of a new twist on a few of their opponents next year. They'd be second-place teams if they end up finishing second. The loser of the Pittsburgh-Baltimore duel would be here, or the new stadium, next year, if the Bills don't pass New England. And then they would go to second place in the AFC South. That's kind of the same thing as first right now also. A lot of divisions are like that.
Right.
And same with second in the NFC West.
Yeah.
So really not that much of a no conclusions to be drawn here yet, but something to think about for the first year of the new stadium. The rest of the schedule is already set. Sal Capaccio is with us now on the West Her hotline.
Are they getting all of the AFC West next year? Is that why? Like, because you didn't mention the Chargers, that would be different. Like, but you're getting all 4 of them. So then
Chiefs and Chargers here, Raiders and Broncos away.
Right.
That's locked in.
Okay.
Sal, you thinking about this at all?
I have thought about it because of this reason. Because what you said obviously is right with the second place, but just so happens in this year, right, that the second place teams might be what many consider the better teams in those divisions, because you could have, if the Patriots finish in first and the Bills in second, the Patriots could get the Steelers with the Bills getting the Ravens, and the Patriots could get the Jags, the Bills get the Texans, right? And it just so happens the year of that. Now in the West, though, either way, whether it's Rams or Seattle, it looks like maybe even San Fran, either way, I think that's kind of a wash. But, man, what a year to finish in second and have to have those crossovers.
And those teams would feel the same way about the Bills.
Right. Like, what are we doing here dealing with them? Right.
Nice luck. All right.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And by the way, the other reason I've thought of it real quick, Mike, is this year was such a kind of low travel year everything's in the East, right? Not really. I mean, you go to Houston and Miami and some of the, destination cities. Next year's different with Vegas and with Denver and with probably either LA or Seattle.
Lambeau next year also.
That's right.
If the Bills win the Super Bowl, who's week 1? So Kansas City is on the home schedule, but Mahomes off the ACL? I don't know. I think maybe it would be the Ravens if they're the second place team, or is this a bad question? Bulldog is shaking his head
Bad question.
at me.
I could definitely, by a couple months from now, you ask me this question, I could very well say New England.
A couple months from now, we're talking about this every day.
That's right. That's how this goes.
If they win.
That's right.
We kind of already do, don't we? What next year's week 1 looks like? All right, well, how about this year's week 16? Do the Browns present any sort of threat for you? I mean, we've been all over the place with the Bills' defense, and they do have a running back in Quinshon Judkins who is a little bit dangerous. I'm not sure what else is. Harold Fannin is interesting. Can you see the Bills having a problem with Cleveland?
Yes, I can, but only because mainly because the Bills have their own problems on the road sometimes, and they sputter and turn the ball over and get off to slow starts, and that's been an issue. And if you do that against a team like the Browns with their defense, and they have a very good defense, you don't know what situation you're getting into. The Browns won at Green Bay this year. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to play a low-scoring game. They're going to want to do that. I don't think they pose problems themselves to the Bills. Like, offensively, man, their offensive line is just not blocking as well. It's not like nearly what it was a couple of years ago. Judkins is very good, but like he's not able to do much right now behind that line. You have a rookie quarterback in Shedeur Sanders. I have a lot of confidence in Sean McDermott and his defensive staff to come up with, whatever they have to kind of confuse him, put him in situations. So that's not the issue. I think the issue is just beating yourself. Turning the ball over and penalties and then special teams. That's how the Browns beat the Packers.
Yeah, I said earlier, I think one of the first conversations we had on the show today was, I think, beyond the Bills being really sloppy, I have a very hard time seeing the Browns really. I think the only thing that Sanders has going for him is he's not afraid to throw it deep. So I think he'll take his shots. And, the Bills have been year over year very good at taking that away from teams. I don't think this team is such a threat on the ground that you'd have to, avoid taking away the deep stuff. I would expect the Bills to be able to lean into that. So if they don't hit anything, I think as long as I just am not all-time sloppy, I feel pretty comfortable about this game.
Yeah, I think I read a stat today about Judkins' yards after contact. Here it is right here. 718 of his 885 rushing yards are after contact. That means he's just getting hit early. But he's so good at breaking tackles, which has been an issue this year for the Bills, right? He's a tackle breaker. He's strong. He has enough speed. He's an athlete. So I think that has to be something you have to keep in the back of your mind. The Bills have not been very good at stopping the run this year, obviously. So no doubt about that. And then there are moments and pockets where Shedeur looks really confident and capable. And he's made some really nice throws, maybe one a week or two a week against Tennessee. He had a few, and from a start of the game to the end of the game standpoint, it hasn't been that great, right? He's completed like less than 55% of his passes in, I think, all but one game so far. So as long as you don't give him the big play here or there, and you're in a game where those plays matter, I think you should be okay. But the Bills, and then not for nothing. I mean, we've gone to this time. Myles Garrett's on the other side, right? If you get in a situation where you are trailing a little bit and you got to play from behind, now you open up the door for Myles Garrett to really, wreck your game.
What they have done yesterday, we talked to Darryl Reiter from Cleveland, and he might have said, Bulldog, that they have the worst, in his opinion, receiver room in the NFL. There are different candidates for that, but okay. What they have done, either if they get lucky with Sanders, or I guess Dylan Gabriel, or next year's top rookie, or whoever they get, they are very young at the skill positions. And there is some talent. We've talked about Judkins. They also drafted Dylan Sampson, more of a pass-catching running back this year. He plays a little bit. Harold Fannin is a story. I mean, for tight ends, he's getting targets. He seems, from Bowling Green, he seems like a story. He's 21. And then you have receivers, whether it's Isaiah Bond, who kind of fell through the cracks in the draft process, or even Malachi Corley a little bit. I mean, these are not, most of these, maybe Fannin, but the others are not threatening options for the Browns in this game, I would say. But if they do, again, fall into the quarterback somehow this this guy or the next guy, people might sort of like open their eyes to, well, they've got this core of speed and skill position guys who are very young, if that happens.
I think that can be said about most teams, but I'll also say this. We've said the same thing about the Browns many times before.
Of course.
And it hasn't happened, right? And one of the reasons, I had really, our buddies from Channel 4, Josh Reed and Carl Jones, both grew up in Ohio, so they're intimate, knowing the Cleveland Browns. And we had this same discussion yesterday where you're talking about, like, I made the point, on top of your point you just made, Mike, it's very similar. I said, well, they did find the guy. His name is Baker Mayfield. I mean, the guy was the number 2 voter in AP Rookie of the Year his rookie season. He had a dip his second year, I think it was, and he was actually pretty good. But there was a lot of stuff surrounding him. They moved on from him.
He played hurt, and they held his performance against him, I think, which is absurd.
Right. So you're right, Mike. Like, if you find the quarterback, but I just think there's a lot more that goes into it than that. Like, the organization matters and how you treat the quarterback, how you develop the quarterback, or all these people. Now, for Baker's sake, he also wasn't the most mature individual, right, at the time. I think he's grown up a little bit, and I think that he's found more, stabilizing, he's been more stable as a football player, maybe even as a person. But there's some ups and downs there. My point, though, is they've had a young roster with some talent for a while, and it felt like they found a quarterback. They couldn't make it work, and it just seems like it's a perpetual cycle over there.
Fair enough. I mean, one team you can't say this about is the Bills. Like, they're not young at these positions, but, the Bills are good, which is better than being just young and promising. To the Ken Dryden line from Miracle on Ice, right? It's one thing to be young and promising. It's quite another to be good. Keon Coleman is the only, for relative term, but he's the only young skill position player the Bills have. Everybody else is, a few years in at least. But, you'd rather be the Bills than the Browns, obviously.
I was on a very interesting radio spot I did today in Cleveland. I was on Daryl's station, the Fan in Cleveland, and I was on with their afternoon drive. And it was interesting because the focus and the questions to me weren't so much about the Bills' season. They asked a lot about McDermott and Bean, but it was a lot about also Stefanski from, like, my point of view. And the question actually was asked to me 2 things. Number one, if the Bills moved on from Sean McDermott and the Browns moved on from Kevin Stefanski, how many Bills fans would want him? And the second question was, who would win in a coach swap? And I thought those were interesting questions that were kind of odd, but that's okay. Well, then they can ask whatever they want. But my answer to that was, I've never heard one Bills fan tell me they want Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, not yet. we had this with Daryl yesterday, because I said to him how we'll get off the Browns here, of course, but
yeah,
I said to him how we get when there's a coach on the hot seat, somebody inevitably raises their hand and says, well, if we fired this guy, he'd get hired immediately by somebody else. And I think Stefanski is that. And maybe Daryl said that too.
He did say yes. He thought he'd get scooped up quickly.
2-time coach of the year. I mean, he already has.
Do you think Sean McDermott wouldn't be that guy too?
No, I wouldn't say he wouldn't be. No, I wouldn't.
I look at it the other way. I don't know. I think Stefanski, yes, he's had some nice accolades, but that's really interesting you say that, because I think the consistency in the way McDermott runs his program, I think there would be a team very much looking for something like that.
I didn't mean to compare them like you were saying your guys asked you to do.
Okay, yeah.
But, I mean, offense. So if you have a quarterback and you need a coach, if you're the Giants or whoever, like the Raiders, you're going to draft one. Tennessee, one of these teams, I think he's maybe number one, because you want to think he can come in. Not that, the Browns have been all over the place at quarterback, but he's gotten them to the playoffs a couple times at least. We'll see what happens, because it sounds like he's going to be out, right? Would you say that, Sal?
Who's that?
Stefanski.
Oh, Stefanski's going to be out.
Don't you think?
I guess. I don't know. I haven't really been dialed into that as much over there, but I guess so. I think that if I think about things they've talked about, for sure, I wonder how much, like, their entire organization, like, what kind of changes they want to make at the top.
Yeah, there might be a lot.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe everything gets swept out, except for Myles Garrett. Let's squeeze a thought in on him here, Sal, before we get to today's news and the injuries and everything with the Bills. Do you think, and we can get more into this tomorrow too, but like special attention to Garrett? Like, what do you think the Bills' plan will be there?
Well, first of all, it might also depend on, they will pay special attention to him, but it might depend on the situation with Deion Dawkins. He's missed 2 days in a row with an illness. And let's just, it's early in the week, so let's just assume Deion's going to be okay and play and hope that's okay and hope he's doing okay. Yeah, you have to pay special attention to him. But I think the best way to do that is maybe just by running the ball and doing what you do best. But when you go to a passing set, you have to be aware where he is. You have to, trust the guys to do their job, but chip him a little bit, have an extra blocker in for him, no doubt about it. I mean, he's great, and he might get his. You don't want him to get his to have the record against your team and the highlights and all that. But at the same time, I think you know that he can bring it on any play, and you're going to want to make sure you know exactly where he is.
Okay, injury news today. We've got a punter now on the injury report for some reason. What do you know, Sal?
Yeah, I mean, we've been dealing with these Wednesday to Thursday injury pop-ups, if you will, over the last few weeks, where somebody suddenly pops up on Thursday. And today we have 3 of them, guys. 3. And actually 5 if you count guys that went from full to limited because they were dealing with something and then they were limited today. So let's go through the 3 that were added today. Cam Lewis with a hamstring, Chase Lunt with a knee, a backup lineman, and punter Mitch Wishnowski, right knee. And the reason why you say right knee is because if it's a kicker or a quarterback, you must list the actual foot or arm that he's dealing with because that's important, obviously.
Love that.
Yeah. So all 3 of those guys were not even on the report yesterday. They're listed as limited today. Does that mean something happened at practice today? Again, it's the question we ask every week. Not really sure, right? Exactly what the deal is there, but they were not on the injury report yesterday at all, without Sean McDermott saying it, and even afterwards. Now the guys that were on yesterday, but were full, but then downgraded to limited, Taron Johnson with a quad and Daquan Jones with a calf. Now, that could very well be because it was a walkthrough, and Sean McDermott's doing an estimation, and the team is doing an estimation. But once they get on the field, they may say, let's back off on the guy. You know what I mean? We don't know exactly what went down today. I was out there and saw a little bit of practice, obviously, only so much we could watch. And the good news was that Christian Benford was back out there. He was practicing. He was officially listed as limited. And Terrell Bernard officially full today. That's the first time we've seen that in quite a while. And no Deion Dawkins, like I said. And once again, no Dalton Kincaid, second day in a row. He was out with his knee.
On Jones, the last time he hurt himself in pregame warmups, it was a popped quad, right? So it's maybe the same, or calf. Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't know. Hopefully that's not a reoccurrence.
Correct.
But certainly could be.
That's right. And I would say this again. He was on. These guys were on yesterday's injury report. That's Daquan Jones and Taron Johnson as full participants. So they were already dealing with it or getting treatment in some capacity. So I actually look at that as almost an encouraging sign. They get to today, and it's like, well, they were limited today. Maybe they just backed off on them. But we'll find out tomorrow. Sean McDermott will join me probably about 11:15 or so once again on the Extra Point Show.
All right. The state of the offensive line, we mentioned Dawkins already, and you already said it. Hopefully he's all right for Sunday. Spencer Brown's been beat up a little bit. How do you see things overall up front?
Yeah, I think they've played really well this year for the most part. But, Josh has taken some sacks. Obviously, that Houston game was not their best performance. There's been a couple other times here and there where you could say they weren't up to what they were last year. But I think when you take the whole body of work, I mean, they're blocking in the run game as well, and it's been pretty amazing. I think David Edwards has had a really excellent year at left guard. Deion talks about his communication and how elite he is. If you guys watched the game last week, you saw him very demonstratively pointing to somebody and pointing to his helmet, and he's making a lot of those calls right on the road, and he's really important for what the Bills want to do. So I think they've played well this year overall, and knock on wood, you hope that they stay pretty healthy. Other than the game against Pittsburgh when 2 tackles were out and then Spencer Brown missed the following week, that's pretty much been the case. I will say, though, even though he's not in the injury report, it feels like Connor McGovern's getting banged up every week. He's getting his elbow taped. He's, something's going on. He's looking bionic man out there. And I talked to Connor about that a couple weeks ago, and he just said basically, Sal, as long as 17's out there, I'm out there. It doesn't matter. So that's the mentality they take. They want to be there to protect their quarterback.
On Edwards, it only came up once, maybe twice on our show, but in the Bengals game, the touchdown run, the 40-yard Allen touchdown run, Edwards points out to Dawkins to take the guy on the inside and leave the outside guy to Josh. And I think Deion said after the game, if he didn't do that, that play maybe never happens.
100%. And that's when Deion after that game, I asked him specifically about that play. He said Dave's an elite communicator. I compare it to Bulldog. Maybe you would agree. I don't know. it's like a 2-on-1 in hockey where goalie takes goalie takes shooter and defenseman takes passer, right? Is that how it works, right? I think, or passer.
Try to take the pass away. The defenseman tries to let the goalie deal with the shot. Yeah,
that's right. And I think that's basically what it is. Like, you got to take this guy and let Josh handle the other guy. So Josh, the goalie in the situation, let him handle that guy. Josh has to be kind of his own picker-upper of the blitz, and he saw the guy coming and he could duck under him. And as long as you know that, as long as where the communication is coming from, so I think that's really important. Another thing we missed today, though, just so you know, guys, Mecole Hardman, 2 days in a row, did practice. I'm guessing that's trending towards him being activated on Saturday, but it doesn't have to be. And remember, the Bills did activate Max Harrison and T.J. Sanders the week that they were, put back on the IR to return for the 21 days. So we could see that this week.
If I'm in net, Bulldogs on D, I'm going to need you to take both, the shooter and the passer.
There you go.
No pressure.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Sal. Talk to you tomorrow.
You guys got it.
All right, Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. His appearances always brought to you by New York's only outlet liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet?
Okay, Bills and Browns Sunday at 1. Sabres and Flyers tonight in about 2 hours. First game for the Sabres under their new GM, Yarmo Kekalainen. Will it be noticeable? This is probably one where we decide after whether they were affected by anything and whatever way we want to spin it. 803-0550 for your calls. We'll talk to Paul Hamilton at 6. It is a 7:30 game downtown. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR.
report. Cornerback Cam Lewis, offensive tackle Chase Lund, and punter Mitch Wishnowsky were all new additions. They were all limited, while Terrell Bernard and McCole Hardman do go from limited to full participants. Though there is some bad news. Dalton Kincaid and Deion Dawkins both missed practice for a second straight day. Kincaid dealing with a knee injury, Dawkins dealing with an illness. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-million. Week 16 will get underway tonight, Thursday Night Football. Seahawks hosting the Rams. Kickoff is at 8:15 over on Amazon Prime. You can also listen to the game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with coverage beginning at 7:30. That's going to be over on the Bet 1520 because tonight is Sabres game night. 7:30 puck drop as they host the Philadelphia Flyers pregame starting in just about an hour at 6:30. Paul Hamilton will be along at 6. For television purposes, this is a Hulu ESPN Plus game, so if you do want to hear Dan Dunleavy and Rob Ray, it's going to be right here on WGR. Alex Lyon expected to get the start in net, and all signs are pointing to defenseman Michael Kessering being good to go for tonight. That's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Caller 5 at 716-221-4WGR. That's 4947. Will win a $100 gift card to the Woodhouse Spa. Main Street in Williamsville, the Woodhouse Spa is a great place. This holiday, give her the one thing she really wants, time for herself with a Woodhouse Spa package or gift card. Good luck. Pretty much with these, it's over pretty early, these contests.
Yeah.
Caller 5 happens fast.
Yeah, it does. You can't wait.
If a minute goes by, it's probably too late from hearing me talk right now. Do something, Yarmo. Bulldog, will that be the theme tonight in the building?
I think it's a little early for do something, Yarmo, but boy, I really I don't even know what this is to say. I think a lot of Sabres fans are thinking the same thing I'm thinking. We talked to Nick Bakay an hour and a half ago from California. He watches all these games when work allows, and he pretty much summed it up too. Like, just don't fall flat. You've got our attention. You've won 3 in a row. You changed the GM. You can be skeptical about whether they'll follow through on how it sounds and how he sounds, but authority, right? Autonomy, spend to the cap. I'm gonna take over this Tuck situation. Okay, go play a good game tonight in front of your home crowd. Okay, like, don't make them hate you 8 minutes into the game or something. Like, just please,
no kidding,
just do it. Like, there's so many recent examples. There's a couple of years ago, 3 years ago maybe, I can think of a home game against Philly early in the year where they had a couple of good games in a row, and it's Friday night, and it's the Flyers, my wife, and we're going to go out. I'm going to go and get a fish fry and sit at the bar and watch this hockey game, and the game starts, and it's 2-0 before the first TV timeout. I'm like, come on, right? Tonight is very much a come on game. Like, get it together tonight. They had a nice end to this road trip, salvaging, 6 points out of a 12-point possibility. They, obviously lost the first 3, but won 3 in a row. Something they hadn't done all year anywhere, let alone on the road. They hadn't been good on the road at all. So hopefully carry that through and start building something, because we talked earlier, we'll talk to Paul here in a half an hour or so in advance of this game. I don't know if they need to win 10 in a row, but, a couple 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 would really go a long way.
Yeah, I don't need to be – listen to this. I don't need to be in a playoff spot by the end of the month. I just want to have life.
Right.
10 straight wins? Who does that ever? What I want to have is life. I want to have a full season of being interested in how this is going to go. And, like we did talk about with Nick also, there are maybe 2 schools of thought at this moment for the Sabres. Either get rolling, perhaps this move will breathe some life into the locker room and you have more of a believable, decent team off of it. Or you want it to go the other way so that they'll start doing things you would consider serious, like a team, like your buddy's favorite team would do, like a real team would do.
Mm-hmm.
I think the quality of this team is almost like right in the middle there, where it's not impossible to see them win. Like, it's not the Stanley Cup, but it's not impossible to see them like build a season from right now. But it's also not likely necessarily that they'll do that. I mean, it's really down the middle for me right here, which makes this timing really interesting. The bigger, I don't know, I'm not speaking for everybody. The bigger question about the Sabres isn't so much, the players they have, how good are they, just like what will that amount to? It's not like they're terrible, but will they do the things that you would really, like a real team would do, no offense, if they, I guess I can't say that, like a real team would do if they had a chance. And that's what has been the most frustrating element of the last few years is having, like Paul's going to bring up, because he always does, their losing streak last year and how like that was it, and they didn't make a move on it.
Right.
And sort of these times when you just wonder what their biggest objective is. Just like not break up their team or offend anybody or spend money or whatever it is that they're not doing, because that's kind of how they've played has made you wonder these things. And you want that to not be true anymore. And just because they have a new GM doesn't mean it necessarily is different now, because that is more of an ownership thing, or it can be, than it is a GM thing. Now you want to, this situation is, okay, well, is it going to be different in that respect? It's not a different team than it was the last time they played a home game. But is there a different energy? Is there a different attitude and vision for it all that you see play out, and a fan might be able to say, okay, well, they're not just going to sit there and watch it die again, like has happened in other years. It's 2 years ago now where they needed a defenseman basically the whole season and just never did anything.
Mm-hmm.
That's not okay. Like that's the kind of thing that really should never happen.
Right. And 3 years ago, they needed a goalie almost all year, and they waited until Devin Levi came out of college and tried to have him save them. And, that went all right at the outset when he got here, but then he's not been their regular goalie in the 2 seasons since. And this is now a third. They've missed on some stuff that I think they talk themselves into believing, like this is going to be the thing. This will, and the Levi thing was easy to be skeptical about. I was, and we'll see. Like he's had a very uneven year even this year in Rochester. He started out great, and then the last time I haven't looked in a couple of weeks, but everything was really bad, like below 900 save percentage, and it was not going well. So I don't know if that's turned around of late, not to get focused on him, but I do feel like what will be different here now, and maybe it'll be too late, I don't think Kekalainen will wait around. I think if something isn't different, like if their effort overall isn't different, I wouldn't be surprised at all if very quickly he moved on a coach and did some, whether that's dismissing Lindy entirely or just removing him and bumping him upstairs, which was all in the wind last week when all this stuff started percolating about Adams eventually being fired. Maybe that's where we end up, but a change to me could happen. And I don't know. A lot of the stuff last week was Lindy upstairs, Appert takes over. He's he's one of the assistant coaches. And I don't know about that. Like I could see this guy going into the pool and pulling out somebody that he's familiar with or, whatever. Just trying to do something to affect the change. Like if he's going to put his name on his first day on the job, I believe we can make the playoffs. I don't think he's going to sit around and wait for them to lose 4 in a row. I mean, I think that's
what we want the most.
He is going to act. So hopefully they, have a good effort tonight, and he can objectively attack that. He may want to make the change anyway. I don't know. He's just waiting to see how it goes. We'll see. But I think his reputation is that he will not just patiently sit with his hands folded.
Good.
So I hope that. Well, I don't know. On one hand, I hope it doesn't get tested. If they play well enough that he doesn't have to do something dramatic. Maybe the biggest thing here to me, you can talk about the organization and like, are they a real team? Do the players believe in it? And that does go all the way up to the top. I think that's where the Tuck contract comes into play, because this team, these players have known all year, all summer, and into the season now what his situation is, and have seen nothing happen. And the players, they aren't going to want to hear about the spreadsheet and the cap 2 years from now or 3 years from now. They're looking at a vital guy to their team, and his future is undecided. And look, everyone wants to be professional, but that can weigh on you in different ways. And I think that needs to be alleviated as soon as possible. And frankly, I think this guy, again, Kekalainen, if he doesn't think they can get to a number, I don't think he'll just let it sit. I think he'll act. And that may not go over well. Maybe the kind of thing that could, because they're not going to get, no contending team that's trading for Alex Tuck, hypothetically, if it gets to that, is giving you Alex Tuck in return. You're getting futures. That's the way that trade almost always goes. Unless some team just has a spare part guy that can play top 6 minutes, I don't know, maybe they hate their guy and whatever. I just don't think you're going to get one for one, I can keep going here to try to win right now if I trade Alex Tuck away. I think that's a rebuilding type move.
If the Sabres were on a 3-year playoff drought, I'd probably want them to trade him. At 14 years, I mean, just all of this is, well, not all of it, but when you think your team won't do anything about their problems, it just takes all the fun out of it as a fan. Even if, people say like trades for trade's sake and that kind of thing, it's just, that's part of the fun of rooting for a team, is kind of being on the edge of your seat, thinking that when there are issues that they'd be addressed. And the Sabres have taken that fun out of it. Not just the fact that it's been ineffective. It's just like you kind of feel like have known for a long time that they're just not going to do anything about anything. Right. And that's no good. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Paul coming up at 6. Pregame at 6:30, or we can call it 6 if you want. Stretch it out. We're going to go a little bit longer. Get Paul on. Probably takes the element of the background music away.
I think that's a good point. Yeah.
Going 90 minutes prior rather than 60.
Although I'll tell you this.
The slither.
I think I have told Paul this. I don't know that I've told you this. Because I've been listening to those segments when I've left early.
You have told me this.
And it sounds fine. I know it's very hard to sit in here with headphones on and you can hear like, oh, this is the Gin Blossoms. And like right. you hear it prominently. In your car, it sounds normal. Like it's not that weird. So I know it's tough for Paul to hear us. But
has the show ever sounded older than a reference to the Gin Blossoms? Yes, many times. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. This is WGR. Just hearing that mention of Christmas music, holiday music, I've been meaning to point out this weird thing here where we work. There's the radio stations, the cluster here, and then if you leave the door into the rest of the building, there are numerous different businesses that we share a facility with. And as always, there's a big, beautiful fake tree right in the middle of the lobby. It's been there for probably a month or more.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't played any holiday music, though. Like I'm just hearing Steely Dan in the lobby just now. Wouldn't you think that we might be close enough where...
We're definitely close enough. I mean, Christmas is... is next... It's Thursday.
It's a week away.
It's a week away, yeah.
It's too late for Steely Dan.
I agree. Yeah, that's disappointing.
Last night, my wife and I watched The Grinch and Frosty.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, just like a couple, almost. I was also doing lineups, but...
Yeah.
Good
for you. I asked my wife when I got home, you got anything you watch, anything you want to watch? Can we get into something? And we don't have a new thing to watch. And she said basically she just did not go for it at all. And I ended up turning on a hockey game I did not really want to watch.
Well, okay.
And that's what I did. I just sat there and stared at a hockey game that I was like, oh, this is Utah and Detroit?
These were on Utah. Like, I'm going to believe that. Utah?
Right.
Sure. Great story. The Grinch. This is a little trivia question that I've always loved, and last night it was blown up.
Uh-oh.
Who sings the song?
Ooh. I think I used to know, but I don't.
So the answer has always been Boris Karloff.
Right, okay.
Who was an actor, like he was late in life at the time of The Grinch.
Right, but he's a famous,
Frankenstein's monster.
Right, monster movie actor.
Famous actor. It's not him.
Why not?
So I was reading on the show last night while watching it, and he is the voice. He is the narrator.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also the voice of the Grinch.
Mm-hmm.
But he is not the singer of the song. That person's name is Thurl Ravenscroft. But this is not a joke. For some reason...
That sounds made up.
It does. It so does. So does the Utah Mammoth.
It's a pseudonym for Boris Karloff.
Which is more... 8030, which is more believable? Thurl Ravenscroft or Utah Mammoth? Ask yourself that. No, there's some...
This show asks the tough questions.
We so do. There's some explanation for it, like somehow he wasn't credited, and because he's not otherwise a voice actor on the show or something. But I think I learned this last night. Thurl Ravenscroft is actually the singer of the song, which is, I mean, everybody knows the song, The Grinch, right? It's awesome.
Yes, it's a great song.
It's not Boris Karloff, but he gets the credit. When you search it, you're going to see his name.
Poor Thurl's Ravenscroft.
Yes.
Exactly. All this time, no one knows.
Well, that's what I'm here for.
How upset is his family? Is there a granddaughter walking around out there that is like you run into her in an airport bar and she's just gonna, I've never really gotten over it. My grandpa sang.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And you go out and you're telling everybody that that's actually your grandfather, but they don't believe you.
Right.
And then they look it up and they still don't believe you.
Right, because it says it's the other guy. Yeah, that's tough.
He is the uncredited vocalist for the song You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch. Thurl Arthur Ravenscroft from Nebraska, who died in 2005.
Let's get him some credit.
That's the point.
Let's right or wrong.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Yep.
This is me doing that. You're welcome to join me in this cause, if you like.
Are there going to be meetings? Will there be emails?
Also, the voice of... No, there never are.
I'm willing to help, but I don't want to do anything.
Yeah, well, I relate. The voice of Cindy Lou Who is a woman named June Foray, who is also the voice of the girl in Frosty.
Typecast.
Not to spoil anything. Am I spoiling anything? I mean, I'm not going to tell you what happens in Frosty. Or The Grinch, for that matter. I'm not spoiling the show. I mean, you haven't seen it yet, maybe, so I don't want to do that. But I guess this legendary voice actor, June Foray, who is the voice of both girls in those shows. Paul Hamilton, he'll know all this. Paul, got to get it in before Paul comes on, because otherwise we're just sort of wasting his time. He'll join us next. Sabres and Flyers tonight, 7:30 here on WGR.
Sabres game night tonight. They are hosting Philadelphia. It's been a few days since the Sabres have been in action. Puck drop at 7:30. Pregame is actually going to get underway. Coming up next, Paul Hamilton live from the arena. For TV tonight, it is a Hulu and ESPN Plus game, so if you do want to hear Dan Dunleavy and Rob Ray, it is going to be right here on WGR. Starting in net, all signs are pointing to Alex Lyon getting the start, and defenseman Michael Kessering is expected to be a good to go for tonight. 9 of the games in the NHL, some notable: Chicago at Montreal, Pittsburgh at Ottawa, and Columbus, they host Minnesota. All 3 are at 7. 9 p.m. sees Seattle at Calgary. Then at 10, the Sharks have the Dallas Stars in town. To the Bills, they do have some changes from yesterday's official injury report. Cornerback Cam Lewis, offensive tackle Chase Lunt, and punter Mitch Wishnowsky were all new additions. They were all limited. Terrell Bernard and McCole Hardman go from limited to full participants. Then some bad news. Dalton Kincaid and Dion Dawkins both missed practice for a second straight day. Kincaid with a knee, Dawkins due to an illness. And the Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. And then Week 16 does get underway tonight with Thursday Night Football. Seahawks hosting the Rams. Kickoff at 8:15 over on Amazon Prime. And you can listen to that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with coverage beginning at 7:30. And this holiday season, we're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSAG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash Market location and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. Want to donate online? You can also give through the Buffalo City Mission Amazon wish list. This is sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash Market. Get all details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The game is still an hour and a half away, but we just couldn't wait any longer for the pregame show to start. It's a little bit that. It's also that because of the news in the Sabres organization of the week, Kevin Adams out, Yarmo Kekalainen in as GM, we thought, and Paul did the work. A little bit more time spent on player reaction was warranted. So later on, maybe about an hour from now, mostly, or actually before. We'll get to Tuck earlier. Alex Tuck, Rasmus Dahlin, and Tage Thompson. I mean, those are the top 3 guys, I think, in the organization. Paul talked to all of them, and we'll hear their thoughts about it and tonight's game, and also Lindy Ruff as we get there as well. And we'll bring Paul on in just a moment. The Sabres and Philadelphia Flyers tonight downtown, 7:35. Buffalo, 14-18. 14-14-4. 32 points, 8th out of 8 in the Atlantic Division. Last game Sunday night, a win in Seattle. They've won their last 3. The Flyers are 17-15, 17-9-6. Only a couple of teams, I think 3 in the NHL, have fewer regulation losses than the Flyers. 40 points, 3rd in the Metropolitan Division. Colorado has 2. Pretty good. And Dallas and Vegas has 6. Dallas has 7 regulation losses through this point of the season, about 2.5 months. How good are the Flyers?
Zegras is nice. He scored, I think, I was watching them earlier this week, and I think he scored a goal for a 4th consecutive game. So he's nice. I like Drysdale a lot on that blue line, who is another guy that came from Anaheim but separate transactions. I'm 99% sure that those were separate transactions, but I like him a lot. Michkov is not really producing a lot, but I think he's a super talented player. That's a 7th overall pick from a couple of years ago. It was a guy that everyone was watching at the draft, like who's gonna who's going to take the shot on him. There was some noise about whether he'd come over right away or whatever, and Danny Briere drafted him, and he came right over.
Right.
So they've got some nice young pieces. They've kind of, they've remade, a lot of that roster. Still some holdovers. Ristolainen back in the lineup for the first time all year just the other night. Last game they played, I think, was in Montreal. I was watching on Tuesday night. So our old friend Risto is back.
Good.
They've gotten decent goaltending mostly, I guess. So I don't know. I don't feel like that's a team that I was expecting to be this high in the standings, I guess. But, they made some moves and changed up their mix, and so far the results are pretty good.
Coaching change. Right. Rick Tocchet in charge now. Let's bring on Paul Hamilton from KeyBank Center, Sabres and Flyers tonight. Paul, what kind of, we're going to hear from these players I mentioned later on in the pregame show and Lindy Ruff. What has been your reaction to the reaction from within the team about this move, Kekalainen?
Well, they all felt it was their fault. You say, look, we're the guys on the ice. The GM can only do so much, and we're the ones that failed, especially Lindy Ruff. Lindy Ruff was pretty down. It's like, I failed my GM. He goes, I didn't do the job, and it cost him his job. And he's basically was pretty down about it. And, as Tage Thompson said, he goes, this is a guy that believed in me before anybody else did, gave him the contract. And, long before he was a 45 goal scorer, because, he said he believed in me. And he goes, that helped to kind of skyrocket his career and getting it going. Tuck just thanked him for bringing him to Buffalo, because he wanted to be a Sabre. And he goes, he's the guy that brought me to Buffalo and helped my career that way. So, but to a man, they pretty much felt that it was their fault that it happened. And, that's, because they're the people on the ice. And by the way, as you guys know, today's a radio-only game, and I see Rob Ray wandering around here, so you may hear from him just yell into the microphone or something at some point.
No, we can hope.
In the next half hour.
I'm expecting Rob to also blame himself for this change at the top. Right. Well, Paul, just to explain that, I mean, if you would expect players to say that. It feels appropriate and sensitive. Are they right? I mean, as you see it, did the roster underachieve exactly? Is that one way you would put this, or no?
Somewhat, but I just don't think enough was done. I mean, I've been talking for 2 years that they needed another top six forward. Now they got one in Norris, but then, I think they still needed another one because Peterka wanted to leave. So they didn't replace that. So they just don't have any depth at all when one of those guys up top of the lineup get hurt. And so I don't think enough has been done. It just seemed like, especially after the 13-game losing streak or winless streak, however you want to say, where nothing was done. I mean, he didn't even put somebody on waivers. I mean, he didn't get anybody from the minors. It just nothing. He froze. And he basically did again this year when they had one win in 9 games. And he just sat there again. And too much inactivity, not enough action, too much belief in this team. He had that one-off season where it's like he thought, well, automatically they're going to get better, so we're just going to keep everybody. And He didn't do much. I mean, there have been other off seasons where he has done quite a bit, but it seems like whether he makes trades or he doesn't make trades or whatever, it just doesn't seem to work. It was basically a straight line in the bottom of the standings for 5.5 years, and that's not good enough. And there are times, as Kekalainen said, he was pretty frank about it right off the bat. He's saying you need talent, but he also said you need character with that talent. And he goes, there have been too many nights where we played teams that we were better than, but we didn't put forth the effort, and they beat us. And he goes, that is inexcusable. I mean, he brought that up almost immediately when he sat down in the chair and talked to us. And that seemed to really be a bug in his bonnet and something that now I'm interested to see, all right, when it happens, what are you going to do about it?
That is an interesting tack for a new GM to take, to sort of point to effort, because that's different than just like the player's point. Nobody wants to embarrass anyone in these kind of moments. You don't want to say, well, yeah, we have a terrible roster. Everybody loses when you talk like that or anything close to that.
Well, he thinks it's the opposite. He thinks they have a good roster,
right,
and they shouldn't be playing like that.
Yeah. I've tried to get this across a time or two here recently, Paul. Like, I think part of it is just riding the ride that is being a fan or even being in the media. Like, analyzing the team, talking about the team. I don't want to give players a pass for underachieving or going into a game and not working. But I think it is hard to work anywhere. I would think, especially in professional sports where people are watching you, to feel good about the situation if you don't believe in it. If you, for whatever reason, if right, you're tired of being laughed at, your peers around the league. I still would love to know what Leon Draisaitl said to Tage Thompson after Thompson got that empty net goal against Edmonton a couple of weeks ago. Rob would never divulge it, and I just could only imagine Draisaitl just giving it to him. Like, congratulations on your empty net goal, you joke of a franchise. Something like that. I thought there was a reason why Rob didn't want to share on the air what he heard. Not because of swear words, but because maybe it was embarrassing. Like, that kind of stuff, I just think can really wear on people, on players. And so I hope that that's gone now. If it's not, then Yarmo Kekalainen has really got his work cut out for him. But if it is, right, if the new broom sweeps clean and there's a breath of fresh air, maybe everybody can just get back to believing in it and really delivering on it more consistently. It's not to say that they're not going to get, have the odd game. But, boy, it better not come tonight, Paul. They've got everyone's attention. I don't know how full the building will be here for this game, but they made the move that everyone was waiting for. And what I sense within the fan base right now is a lot of people with their arms folded going, don't let me down tonight. Right? Please, give me a game that I can feel good about, that you guys are sort of, there's a new energy, and I don't want to get to the Phoenix Rising and get really hysterical here, but you know what I'm going for here. Like, look like you care that this change got made. Not that you feel guilty about the guy getting fired, because frankly, I think they all probably wanted a change. They've got it, so go make good.
Yeah, and at least they've got a little bit to build on now, where you've won 3 in a row for the first time all year. They've also won 9 of 15 games. In that stretch, it's the 10th best record. That's a points percentage of .600. But it gets back to what I've been saying for I don't know how long, is you've just dug such a hole for yourself. You've played .600 hockey for the last 15 games, and you have not passed one team. Not one. You took 6 out of 6 points recently on the road trip, and you didn't pass one team. You're still in last place in the Eastern Conference. And it gets back to what I've said all along. It's going to probably take a winning streak of double figures to get them in the race if they ever can get back in the race. I mean, because you just can't count on 8 teams going in the tank for
right,
you. Even if you're hot, you might start passing some teams because it is tight. But to think that you're going to make it all the way back. And also, I've been on their best players for a lot of this year, but their best players have been their best players recently. In about maybe the last 6-7 games. Thompson, Norris. Norris has a point in every game since he's come back. Tuck, Dahlin, they've all played. Your best players are now playing like your best players. So let's fast forward to what you were just talking about here. You've got some things to build on. I liked how they defended a 2-1 lead in Seattle. Now I understand Seattle is on a bad streak right now. But they didn't give Seattle a bunch of breakaways. Ryan had to stand on his head. Ryan had to make a couple of real nice saves. But for the most part, they didn't give the puck away. Their puck management was excellent. And they didn't have too much of a problem holding a 2-1 lead for a lot of that game. And then they actually scored an empty netter, which they aren't real great at. And left there with a 3-1 lead. So there's some things they can build on to take into this game against Philadelphia.
Paul dropping a 6-7, and if you see Paul, don't let him fool you and tell you there was an accident earlier. By the way.
He knows what he's doing. He's signaling.
He knows what he's doing.
He is signaling people out there.
You give Paul a word to slip into our conversation, he's going to give it. He's going to say it. We won't know which word it was, but it's coming.
Paul, how much were you holding your breath when Norris crashed into the boards on that play in Seattle? Because I thought, oh no, this is it. That's the end of the line. But he got up and stayed in the game, and seemingly is fine.
I honestly don't think of those things when they happen. When the game's going on, I don't sit there and think so and so gets hurt a lot or that type of thing. So I'll be honest with you, it didn't occur to me at all.
All right.
That when it happens.
Why not? No, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm just relieved that he's okay, because I do think any chance of this getting off the ground, especially while Kulik is still not anywhere to be heard from, they're going to need Norris. I mean, you opened here talking about another scoring forward. Norris is that guy if he can stay in the lineup and give them like point per game, which is really what he's been in his career. So that's a big piece if he can, continue to stay in the lineup and of course produce.
Yeah, and let's see. He has points in all 5 games he's played since coming back. And he has 8 points in those 5 games. 2 of them are goals. He got both goals, I think, in the first game back. But he also has, the assists, 6 assists to go with it. So he has 8 points in 5 games. I don't think you can expect much more from Norris than 8 points in 5 games.
No, same. How about a quick look at Philly from your perspective here, Paul? Mike and I were talking about them a little bit as you were getting ready to join us as we turn our attention to our spotlight look at tonight's opponent, brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. When it's game time, it's Tully time.
Well, the Flyers have lost 3 of 4, but they are in the Metropolitan Division in 3rd place, and I told you the Sabres have won 9 out of 15 games, a 600 points percentage in their last 15. The Flyers are 633 in that time frame. Mm-hmm. So even with losing 3 out of 4 games, they've played 633 hockey. In the same time, the Sabres have played 600, which would have been 7th in the league. So overall, they've played some pretty good hockey. You went over. The goaltending. I know Vladar's numbers are better than Urson's, but Urson plays well against the Sabres. He earned the win in Philadelphia against Buffalo, and he'll be back in that against them tonight. And Ristolainen, as you mentioned, is back in against the Sabres. That could help the Sabres if I'm not trying to be a jerk. I guess I am by saying that.
Sure. Yeah.
Just
we're all thinking it anyways.
I've
Paul,
watched that player long enough to know that it could turn against the Flyers. So we'll see how that goes.
Who's in net for the Sabres? Did you say?
Lyon.
It'll be Alex Lyon.
Okay.
Now, interestingly enough, you got 2 goalies on 2 different streaks. Lyon, as you know, has played in the last 4 games, gone 3-0. Now, he hadn't won a game, if you recall, since October against Toronto until he won those 3 games. His goals against is 2.01 in the last 4 and a .929 save percentage. But Ukko Pekka-Luukkonen, and this is an anomaly, he hasn't done this through his whole career, at home this year is 4-1-0 with a 1.97 and a .921 save percentage. On the road, he's horrendous. He's 0-4-1, 3.97 and 8.43. Don't ask me to explain it. I can't.
Yeah.
I know the team probably plays a little bit better at home, but if you look at his numbers over his career, they're pretty even whether it's home or on the road. But it's really different. Now, of course, I would go with Lyon with the way he's played in the last 4. But, Luukkonen at home is pretty tough, too.
Right. How about the lineup, Paul? We hear Kesselring is coming back. That's certainly welcome. But now Timmins is a game time, it sounds like.
Yeah, Lindy said he wasn't out there this morning for the morning skate, and he said he's game time decision. They had to decide, they knew Kesselring was going to play, so they had to figure that out. And so you get one back, you may lose the other one, which would keep Bryson in the lineup if that happens. If not, if Timmins is ready to go, then Bryson heads to the bench.
Thanks, Paul. Enjoy the game.
Yeah, take care, guys.
It's a big upgrade.
What's that?
Timmins to Kesselring?
Oh, yeah. I would agree with that. Yes. Kesselring, I mean, it's barely gotten off the ground. He missed the start of the year and then came in and was just maybe getting going and then went out again. So fits and starts. Talk about the what Kevin Adams leaves behind. We'll see about Kesselring. He should be an important, impactful player for this team. Josh Doan absolutely has been that already. So, not everything the guy did was a disaster. Like, that trade looks like it's good. It's so far, even with just Doan. I mean, because that's really almost exactly what this team has needed. A player that is going to play that hard almost all the time. He's more than chipping in with offense. I mean, he's matching basically what Peterka's doing in Utah so far. So it's really going well so far for him.
I think even the Eichel trade is good enough. I mean, just some of the bigger moves are not the issue. It's the smaller stuff. And where are you when your team is flailing? I mean, and that's goaltending, and some of that is probably bad luck too. Because I know Adams would say it. He never wanted to invest in a goalie that he thought was no guarantee to be anybody better than who he's got. I mean, there are only a few guys in the league that are like consistently excellent, and I respected him for that. But whether that's him or a move that didn't get made or coaching or just something about how the player has developed, it didn't come and stay consistent. Luukkonen is the name for this, just hasn't stayed up there. And I think on a certain, on maybe a deeper level, all of it has an element of, are we for real? Is this operation like a top-notch? Are we a serious team? And when players and even fans, but when players sense that it isn't, like your point about Draisaitl and the sort of the reputation, right, the perception of the Sabres, well, that's just going to bleed out. I mean, you're going to have guys aren't going to give the same effort necessarily. Development, everything else connected is going to end up falling short. That's what's happened.
Yep. And
he has some responsibility for that.
And just to be clear, I don't know that Draisaitl said any of what but I was just intimating that is, I mean, Paul has said he hears and sees players around the league laughing at them, making fun of them, and that was just a moment that I imagined that could be what's going on there, but I don't really know. We never got told. Just kind of curious, but anyway. Yep.
Sabres and Flyers tonight. We will get to Lindy Ruff next after the break. We started early because there's so much to say. When that happens, you can't wait. You got to get in there, mix it up.
We're going to keep saying the things.
Yes.
Got more things to say.
We're giving you extra pregame coverage here. Lindy Ruff still to come. Also, Alex Tuck, Rasmus Dahlin, and Tage Thompson before we send it back to KeyBank Center with more of Paul and then Brian Koziol as well. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. The Sabres and Flyers in just over an hour. This is WGR.